So, here we are, back in the saddle again. Waiting for a fill-in steam. Waiting for the dollar yen to plummet into my limit grid. Where have we been so far on this thing? The sellers. The auction traders won the selling round there. They're hoping for, took out the high of the week, coming back into the, well, here's the low of last week, as far as we know. So maybe this is 618 pullback. And we're going to double down on this. I'm going to go like full, like a losing politician. We're going to double down. Did you hear what I said? Nobody's listening to you anymore. Oh, oof. So it's, I can't seem to get my clock to show up when I'm capturing like this. I don't know what kind of entity it is, but it is 2 minutes to 8 o'clock here, Eastern Standard Time. I don't know if there's any news coming out. There might be some news. Let's check the fabulous Forex Factory for news. Okay. The news that's not fit to print. The numbers. 8:30. Building permits. Housing starts. Well, building permits are probably up because housing starts are up because people have a lot of money to throw at it. Besides, there's sector rotation going on right now. Sell your Bitcoin and buy a real house instead of what that Saylor guy. I've been watching this Michael Saylor guy. Oh my God. Talk about word salad. He just has a bigger word salad than Kamala. That's the only difference. Pretty sad. The guy's speaking in all these. He does analogies that he never completes, and all analogies fail. Everybody knows that. Anybody with half an intellect knows that metaphors and analogies fall short. The problem with metaphors and analogies in the market is the market doesn't know you exist, so you're trading supposedly against or with the banks. Obviously, you want to do what the banks did, and they sold a pant load of dollar yen up there. Did they not? But the people that are buying a pant load of dollar yen, so the guy asked me yesterday, man, I'm just getting crushed. This is I think I got a 20 pip grid here. So when this thing comes down, if you're going to buy this thing, you better have at least the amount of money if you don't want to get stopped out of the trade. So what I'm trying to do is not get stopped out of the trade. But your drawdown level you have to have enough money in the account to survive the drawdown. This is the trick. If you don't want to rebuy the spread and the commissions, and you think you have a clue of what's going on structurally, then you would just buy. You'd start buying. I'm presupposing you don't want to get stopped out. I hate getting stopped out, so this trade plan's built around that. Everybody builds a trade plan and built around something. And this is built around swing trading primarily, especially these monster grid drops. I just wrote these 30 pip window fillers. Now this works perfectly on the euro yen. I should actually write euro yen swing trade on this script because this would make a pant load. As you can see, if you placed it at the top here and you let that thing rip, that's a 50 pip window of selling. That's ungodly. This thing is an ungodly pair. You need to step way back, Jack. So when you trade, so I don't know who's trading I think, I don't remember, euro to the pound. Okay, so the euro to the pound could just rip, especially anything can rip, right? Anything can rip. At this time of day, there are people short, I'm sure of it, that are trading the way I'm trading. They put a sell bank up here, and they are just committed to selling that area. You have to have enough money in the account, I can't stress it enough, to survive this insane, fucking try, this indicator is the wrong color. It's the same color as the background. So I can't even edit that, but here, let me just draw the goddamn horizontal line. So if this is your top bottom, and this color is fucked too, so can't see that. Let's try a line chart. So I can't, it's not a real video. I can't do what I normally do. So it's very hard to, I gotta get something that writes on the fucking screen here. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm fucking pissed off. So this is a script designed for euro versus the pound, euro versus the yen, because it's going to be outrageous, okay? The moves are insane. That's 200 pips. That's just a 4-hour chart. Like you're trapped under a 60 pip floor here and you come ripping back out. It's just, it's mind-boggling. Nice. Finally. Right, so this is nothing to take lightly. This is 40 pips. I mean, that's $400 on a standard lot. So if you underwater, you want to go underwater on that? So no, I don't. So what I do is I put orders on the 20s. You're just oversizing it. If you have this currency pair, the euro versus the yen, if anybody's trying to trade this with a 20 pip stop, their target needs to be 40 pips, and you just get the fuck out, because this thing's all over the map. You're never going to survive it. Here's a fucking ratio. Look at this. You got your sell orders in this vacuum. Risk 100 to make 400 pips. Yeah, that's not a trade that comes around every week. So most of the trades you're going to do are going to be like this stuff. Okay, I bought this top become a bottom in a 40 pip window, and I made 100 pips. I made $1,000 on a standard lot. I bought every 1 pip. Now that would mean that you come over here and you grab. Somebody asked about the scripts. How do you run them? Okay, so the description is kind of built in here. This is not a proper number at the end. I think the end here is, this is the pip amount. So you're going to take the amount of tickets you have, multiply. This is $80. If that's really a 10K and it's not, it's a 6K. I mean, it looks like it says 10 there. So again, it's very confusing. You're going to have to just take them and drop them. And once you see, okay, what that's going to cover, and that's kind of got a big footprint at the end of it. It's almost impossible to take a script from the euro versus the dollar and drop it in the euro versus the yen and expect to make any money. It's just simply not designed for that. It says the scale's fixed. So here, this drop I just did lasts for 8 hours. That is a 50 pip range. Here's an 80 pip range. This is designed for this currency. Now, if you step back, so we're talking about people that want to step back, you're still risking 100. This is 6K. You're risking $112 plus times 6, whatever that is. Okay, let's just say it's $100. You're only going to make like $30. Because the ratio is bad, you probably make your $30, right? How do you know? You drop it. Imagine the market's trading right now. We drop it right here. And we know that, okay, what if they retest this? Like right now, I drop it right here. Boom. Perfect fit. Didn't get stopped out of one ticket. See how that worked? You cannot drop. If you drop this in the dollar and the euro to the dollar, you'll never get filled. Forget about it. Like if I put that here right now, I can absorb the whole day. I walk away from that trade. Once they stop me out of that, I just get in. Now here's a 12-hour drop. So my first 12-hour drop, that comes down here. So if I'm not here and they keep tanking it, why wouldn't you buy down there? Okay, so yes, you're going to blow up the account. If there's not enough money for these two drops, you do the math on this drop. You open up the ticket rack. You go to modify. Let me see if I can. I think I know how to do this part. I did figure this part out, but so I haven't looked at the chat here. I'm just doing a video, I guess. Let me see if I can add a screen here. I'm inside of Sage. Windows capture. Okay. So here we're inside the magical core engine block of MetaTrader. Oh, clicking on the wrong thing. So here's what it looks like. So these multi-drops were done by this guy, Cleve Sys. And he just took my drop and he multiplied it, and then another guy built a robot based on this, pips apart. So these are linear grids with a master stop. You're risking 120 pips. It's 12 bucks on a 1K multiplied by so yeah, what we're doing here is, that probably didn't show up too good on the internet. Highlighting that just kind of that looks weird. Yeah, that's not helping, is it? Gosh, it looks god awful there. Okay. When you leave the thing, it turns white. Wow, okay. Geez, great. Now I gotta move some tickets on my account. I'm just, well, those are pretty good targets. I'll let that go. So I'm long the this guy here right now. Reduce that. Capture window. Try to get to my own stuff here. So I'm in the dollar yen. Looking to come back to the floor that we fell through. Anyways, getting back to this nonsense about the script. So here's the core of it. You're going to have to take and do the math on this. So because this is 80 pips from your mouse drop, it's actually going to drop one on your mouse tip, on your mouse cursor tip, and then 20 pips deep, then 40 pips deep, then 60. Then I kind of scrunch these together to make it kind of a slight martingale in coming in there. As far as the comments go, you can change the comments here. So this is going to show on the platform anything in here between the quotation marks. I think you're allowed about 25 characters on that. The color, Windows colors, capital letter, black, blue, magenta, turquoise, Bill Gates colors, I suppose. And then here's your size, slippage. It's always 3. I don't know. So you can make amazing ratios, but if you make your stop, if you don't want to get stopped out of this bank, and you know your total risk, that means that at this point, you have a 40 pip master stop on that last ticket. 120 pip stop. And when you drop the rack, it's going to come in there. Whereas this stop is also the same dollar amount. So it's very easy to do the math. Right, risking. Well, a little bit. So the whole rack math is different than per ticket, right? Because if you're going to retain this, in other words, you got 40 pips of breathing room, the market, before it takes off the first ticket, you will lose $10 right off this top. Your top entry, probably your mouse. So your mouse at 120, you're going to lose $12. Now you're going to lose 10. Then you're going to lose less and less. So all that math, your total, if you blow the whole thing up. So it's actually 6 tickets because your cursor's on the first. Now you can make this so that when you drop it, it just drops super deep, like your mouse pointer, and then there's a big space, and then it starts getting in. Or you can make it linear. So I made in the coverage area matters. And what's this thing intended to do? What's it for? You can turn these on just by deleting these 2 forward slashes. You can make this into some psychotic 10K bank. So originally these were 10Ks. They could be 10Ks, 20 pips apart, and you can just throw them out there like a pig, You could if you make the stop tighter, what's going to happen is you're going to end up with it's harder to do the math on the stop out, right? Because now you have to let's just blow this thing up. I'm up $9 on this thing, whatever I'm doing. So there's that consideration. This is if you want to design your own. So all I did here was I'm just calling out the stop in the description, and this is 80 pips deep, and that's not really, it's just 80 pips deep. It's a 6K, that's true. I don't know why it says 10. So originally I would write like how many in a 10 pip box, but this doesn't work out like that. But it has 12 hours, so the other critical thing that you're going to adjust is how long do these things last? So you can make this you can make it M15, M30, 30 minutes. You can make it H1, H2, H3, H4, H6, H8, H6, H8, H12, and then D1, W1 for a week, and M1 for the month. But if they only allow you so many tickets, you don't want stuff that's hanging out there all month. So if this is a 15-minute script, 15 is about as short as I can do it. I don't think the broker takes the 5, so they look at you like, what the fuck is what's that trade? But a 15-minute rack and the news comes out and you're this deep and it's FOMC, this is the perfect fit. So in that situation, so these are all just very situational scripts. It's like sitcoms. It's a situation, and that's what makes it funny. So these are scenario-based things, and that's how it is. I hope that explains that. I'm tired. Tired from explaining it. All right, let me turn off this capture window, or how you ever do that. Okay, so my first time OBSing there. I'm not an OBSer. I'm not a Discorder. I'm a trader, damn it. So, let's ride the storm out. Let's see, is this my, okay, that's my euro trade. I'm selling the euro and I'm buying the, Canadian dollar here. It pulled back. I'm selling the euro at top tick Tommy levels. The S&P, I was able to make $2,500 last night, and all I did was load the wagon on the S&P. So I finally got the right size stop for this drama here. If you recall, the end of the day, the NASDAQ, I keep calling the S&P, but it is, I don't get the fuck, it is the S&P to me. This shelf here, this, like, so everybody kind of figured, well, holy shit, right? What's going to happen when we come to here? There's supply. You don't need market profile. I watched that Dalton guy, and really everything he says, he's an old floor trader. Everything he says is true, because if you listen to what he's saying, he goes, I don't know what's going to happen. Of course. It may this, it may that. It's all may. But I know for certain a supply on the 1 hour profile right there, that box. Now we would have seen that. We're using our void fill, but we don't want to trade like that. We're manual. We went out. We're human beings, damn it. The sell window was here, right? This is the pivot. Now I would buy this on a pullback. It looks like it's getting gentle. It looks like it's really gearing up for a major rally in stocks. Once once this AIDS doctor retires, this guy that's out of his mind. So I do think the dollar is doomed. I think that's over for the dollar. I think Bitcoin's going up. I think the dollar's going to go up against CAD because CAD's in trouble. But the euro comes back to here, and we're going to buy it again. So another rinse and repeat. I want to buy below into fair value again. So last night, if you bought the pullback on the 1 hour chart in the euro dollar, so there was the classic Asian. So this is a 25 pip grid. It's a little different, 25 pip grid. So you're buying a 25 pip window. You would have placed your orders just like this. And here's a little mini vac. And that's about the appropriate sizing. So you have to take your, like, so if you're on a 25 pip grid and you want to buy a 25 pip window with these scripts, it looks like that. On some of these, I actually put the dollar amount that I speculate. Now, this is not the true dollar amount, but this is roughly what this would cost. Risk 30 to make 30. So I think I've written about 500 scripts so far in my life, like this. Actually, I wrote double clicks until this guy wrote this thing about 4 years ago. And so as a gag, he sent me a Gartley pattern coffee cup all the way from England. He sent me this cup. It had 5 Gartley patterns on it that he made on his cup maker. That was pretty funny. So maybe we should have that. Some Gartley pattern cups, and I should call him up and see if he wants to sell those again. Do that again. We could have made so much money with our Gartley cups. All right, I'm almost ready to get out of this trade already. Make it so much, but I'm gonna let this go and make it to the round number on the floor of the euro dollar. I mean the dollar yen there. Trying to make it to the $100 floor. So news is coming out in 8 minutes for housing starts and all that nonsense. Let's see if I can't buy the plunge here in the proper. So it's all about the coverage area of your script. Now here's kind of a scalp. I don't think this is the greatest trade in the world. So most of the scripts that I've released are really designed for the euro dollar. And I think people, if they trade it on the guppy, they're just going to blow their brains out. So here I'm going to catch a falling knife here, but this is a 30 pip window. I can survive that. Here is the kind of scalp hotspot bank, but if you're really serious about swing trading, you're probably going to buy everything from here down. Let me delete all the objects so you can see it come in. I'm going to buy everything like this for 50 pips with an 80 pip stop because I just don't care, right? See, if you just don't care, this is your entry window. This is like I don't give a fuck. Now this is, I really don't give a fuck. 80 pip window. When I drop this is designed for like the guppy. You're like, oh dude, let's buy below here. Back in fair value. That's just a 6K, but it's still going to cost you $60 to make $30 here. You know, 60 to make 30. You got a big fat stop of 120. You're getting in an 80 pip window. The last ticket is 80 pips deep, and I put it like a Bigfoot down here. It's funny how that just, this is like wimpy martingale. These are all 1Ks. And look how that just landed right there. And all I did was drop it below here. Or you can make these Fibonacci ratios in here with enough. So I did that here. This is a logarithmic. This is like, it's like 2 pips apart at the end of that, right? And the stop is easy to do the math because the stop is going to be so deep on that. 30 pips to make. That's a break even for sure. Anyways, let me go to the phone lines here, so to speak. I got to get I'm just not good at this. I'm just in. I think I got computeritis from watching. I got MT4. MT4itis. Too much MT4ing in my life. They just did an update last week, and so when I went in and went to run it, it was funny because it. I tried to share that link yesterday. It didn't work out. I guess nobody's really. Everybody's girding the loins, waiting for the news to come out here. We got any news traders out there? Anybody likes to step in front of the train? Just before the news, 5 minutes before the news. Oh, my back is just killing me. I'm trying to decompress myself. Say something. Yeah, I guess they don't let you put those in the other thing. Okay, we're waiting for that news to come out. Should rock the hell out of this NASDAQ. Put this NASDAQ in a tizzy again. Boy, that NASDAQ's vicious, but I made $2,200 in this demo on it last night. Bought into the plunge, so I was describing the plunge entry here. If I get sidetracked. Man, there's got to be a better color than that. Jesus. Blue violet. Like blue velvet. Blue violet. That was kind of a harsh movie. That's a movie you got to watch. Blue Velvet. Talk about Dennis Hopper on the edge. So, Dennis Hopper was trading. Obviously, he was a hedge fund manager at one point in his life. NASDAQ. So at this point here, I got out last night. I swear to God. Now I'd be up if I held that position, and I had targets that were up there too. I'd be up like $7,000 right now. I'm not even joking. Like if I would have held that till it hits the structure piece here, it's hard to believe. But from here, I bought. Here's the big cleaning house. I bought that. I was long. I was actually the account was totally in. I was in 20K, and the account was flashing red right here. So when it got to here, I was up to 2,200. I could have got out, but see, then it came back and retested this morning. You had another chance to buy this mini vac, and you would have made more money. This would be the trend traders of this, or the guy that the confirmation. We want to see it retest, right? So retest 3 times on the hourly close. You get in here, you made $100. So you made $100 on a 1K there. So we would have made $2,000 clean off of that. I made so pulling back. News is coming out in 2 minutes. Okay. So cash out just before the news and then re-rack. Take all the winners off the table. Come back in for the psychodrama tickets. News never disappoints. Just never. So just trade wider. That's my only suggestion. If you are getting crushed, it's just that you put too many stacks in. I did that the first time when I went and came up with the idea of multiple drops on a double click because I didn't know how to. The drop on chart tickets. I found a drop on chart, so I went searching the internet, and the drop orders that I'm using right now came from somebody that wrote a drop on chart script. It's called drop on chart. Because up to that point, everything I did was double click hard coded, and I had to pick all the price handles and then just. That's why I built everything on the buy side, because it was easier to think about the buy side and just engineer one direction, because it was too hard to put bid. I had to change the bid to an ask and had to change the plus to a minus, invert the math, write all that stuff above me, and I wasn't going to sell anyways. So I could just sit here and buy only in forex. Just look for something that looks like it's on sale. It didn't matter what currency, right? I'm just looking to buy stuff that's plunging. And then one day I noticed the vacuum, and I said, wow, that vacuum is fucking serious. That means something. Well, the news just came out. Spread looks like it's still pretty tight here on the... let me get everything queued up here. Spread's still tight. I guess it's not big news. But we're long the dollar CAD here, up 10, short the euro. I'm going to scalp out of the euro, get rid of my winning trades here. So I just took that off the table. I'm going to hold on to the dollar CAD. It looks like stocks are going to crash here or something, or pull back. I do like the word crash, though. I'm going to assume crash. So I'm barely long the CAD. Looking for a psycho retest. Going to come in heavy with the big stops. The big targets. So you can be a swing trader, or you can be a sniper, or you can be a scalper. I identify as scalper swing trader, so I'm kind of like, what is it? How would you, we have to have like a letter S for, well, swing traders and scalpers have an S, so that's fucked. How are we going to identify our group? You know, we have to be in a cult first. Oh gosh, wait, this is going to take some work. What do you identify as? Stocks is going to be the big opener. What happens when stocks open? Cash market. What do they say? Hey, it looks like a buy. Let's start trading the NASDAQ here. I'm getting bored. I'm chairman of the board. That's what he said. I'm chairman of the board. Let's go for that big risk. $80 to make 60. I'll put another one in here so they can't stop me out. They can stop me out of this bitch. So we got 3K pending to buy the NASDAQ pullbacks. We'll put in a break even 4 hour at a different price. And a 4 hour here. We got enough money. We're not going to blow up the account now. So as long as you fit the bill of every entry is unique price and every target is different, every stop is different. Here I would almost buy at the market, but I think I'm going to come in here with a tight rack. Go up to the net, go up to this, and you're going to need a 15 pip scalper there. We're still waiting for stocks to open, so my highest risk trade of the day is going to be buying. If we take out the low of the week here for some reason, a dollar CAD. So I'm just trading this possible smash down again. I'm slightly long, looking for a smash up. Certainly would have been amazing to hold this engulfment from yesterday, that sell window, and then just cash out into this again. You don't even have to ride that through for the crush back into fair value and deeper on, beyond, mind-blowingly beyond. It's not necessary really, but the structured trading to me is the only way to go. I don't have any tickets down here. This is a 100 pip grid, and I'm really just, I want to buy. So if I was to do that trade, I think this would have to have a weekly expiration. No, that just dropped the wrong tickets. I don't know how to peel them off the top, but I know how to peel them off the bottom. If you just keep hitting double click here, you'll keep taking off these bottom tickets. So we could take that off. I could take all these tickets off too. I don't think we're coming down there. I just put it in there for fun. So you can always trim back these tickets. You don't have to go with your trade plan, but let's say I was going to put a weekly expiration on these tickets. For some reason, I couldn't get to this platform. Or I just put a daily expiration. I'd drop this one, starting at the new lows. And that's not even big enough. So starting here, that's an 80 pip coverage there. That should do it. That should be 50 and 80. So I just populate this whole rectangle down here. But it seems kind of ridiculous. Like, I think there's going to be more stabbing into this again, possibly. So it's like we're hoping that here's a 6K and a 10 pip window. We're looking for this. Here's a good ratio. Risk 20 to make 60 if we come down here. So that's based on a scenario like this, where the market comes down, hits this supply zone on the 4 hour, rips back. So there's a big response to this because it's the oldest low other than this low. The other one was this one, see? This supply on the 4 hour, when that got hit, Wow. Feeding frenzy. So we're looking for the feeding frenzy. If you're going to, I'm sure on the 15-minute fractals, this is a buy window there. The spread's fairly tight here. It's one, gets tight here at this broker. Same thing on the euro. We're going to try to buy this as it plunges. Deep in, hit right on the supply zone. So you take your mouse, instead of drawing boxes and all that, start with a 3K so you don't blow up the account. And just put a scalp. You're just trying to make 8 pips. 8 pips, dude. Like, can you make 8 pips? Yeah, I think if you start right here, this is an 8-hour expiration. You just plan it right at the supply here on the 1 hour. This is right here, another one. So there's a 3K. And you're deep into this. Or people are hoping that this is the only pullback we're going to see today. The 1 hour robots are going to buy this every hour it closes down. So in about, 23 minutes, half hour. Or they're buying it right now on the smaller time frames, because when the market heats up, this half hour pullback is the buy, right? Like that's as good as it's going to get, maybe. But maybe wait for stocks to open. And if stocks open, we're going to plunge all the way back to the starting gate. It's kind of hard to see here, but here's a starting gate. Here's Asia, because I got the wrong colors on the background here. Let me change the background color. I thought this thing looked dark. I mean the foreground color. Turquoise. So you see, here's the beginning. Here's Sunday. So, I mean, here's 5 p.m. So here's here's a big breakout. But see, they break out and retest Asia. Now we're coming back. We want this to tank. We want the CAD to go up. We want stocks to come down into my trap. Let's see, I'm going to put some short-term trades in now. Okay. 2-hour expirations. Yeah, so if they pull back the euro to the dollar, I like the dead cat bounce trades. If it comes back in there, somewhere in there's going to be same thing in the euro versus the pound. I sold that when it ricocheted off that top. Stocks opening will be the big rectifier here. Equalizer. Wait for the euro to plunge. You get a top tick Tommy that. Smacking off that this order block here, see? The order block, see? There's a ricochet off the order block. You tell it's an order block because it go up and down and make a block, see? Ricochet off the order block. You're allowed to see order block still, right? You have to pay the copyright fees to, what's his name? TCI? Is his name TCI? He changed his name to TCI. Kind of corporate. That way they can't find him, see? He just changed it a little bit to TCI. I like that royal blue. That's good, yeah. Order blocks down here, too. There's order blocks all over the fucking place. I don't know which order block to take. What's am I gonna do? Oh, jeez. It's tearing me apart. Lisa, you're tearing me apart, Lisa. Lisa, you're tearing me apart. That's what Johnny wanted to say. Johnny wanted to name his wife Lisa so he could be in that movie. What can you say? What can you do? Nothing. I know nothing. Come on, Dollar Cad. I think I should sell it up there on some scalps. Up in the supply zone. So we'll trade it both ways to Tuesday here. Got to trade pretty big for this Canadian dollar, though. Got to trade big. Big wide stops. I think it's a big mover. It's a mover and a shaker. It's down 300 pips from that top tick Tommy. That's a mover and a shaker. They say it the old days. It's a mover and a shaker. Which way is it moving? Which way is it shaking? Well, later on, if you play dates with trannies over here, don't forget your play date later today. Uncle Bobby's coming over. Oh, you mean the molester? No, Uncle Joe's going to come over and count leg hairs. Are you up for that? Not really, but... Oh, Johnny, you liked it last time. I know, Mom, but I'm sick of playing. I'm sick of wearing dresses. What if they were killing all the boys? What are they doing over? Is that where that started? And was it China where they were like posing as people so they didn't get murdered, right? That wouldn't fly over there. No way. No way, Jose. No kid of mine's going to dress up like a girl. Unless she's a boy. Oh, I'm so bored. Has anybody ever fallen asleep and hit their head on their keyboard and put on a bad trade because the trading's so boring? I should have a poll. This trading boring. I gotta figure out how to run this thing. Let's take a poll. Ask a question. I don't know what the question should be, though. I'm lost. Did forex break your heart? I can't spell. So what's going to happen? Are we just going to trade sideways? Is this stagflation? No. Waiting for the stocks to open again. That looks weird. I have a spelling issue because of the font. The font doesn't look right. That stuff looks. I guess I should put a question mark. It's Paul. Add option. What's the option? I have 35 options. Wow. All must contain. Right. We'll make it simple. Okay. Don't forget to take our friendly poll. Okay. Should I buy at the market on this dollar CAD? I'm asking for a friend. No. Buying at the market's a bad idea. Let's get super tight with. Let's just put a single drop in there. So if you're faint of heart, you're going to do the single drop. So this is the one that is the original drop. So here's your 4-hour single drop. This is risking $1.20 to make $3. $1.20 to make $3 for 4 hours. Roughly $1.20, more like $1.13. $1.30, not $1.20. And so you're going to stack and rack them out. This is actually $12 to make 80 cents. I mean, $1.20 to make 80 cents. That's $1.20 to make 10. It's like that. Again, I've been betrayed. So, yeah, did the Gartley pattern break your heart? So did you get done with a tour of duties? Did you scale the mountains looking for? Gosh, what kind of varmints can I hunt? How much does a hunting license cost for me down there? What's that going to be like? Are people hunting for food now? Food prices so high, people are just shooting those. You got those wild pigs. I got a buddy that lives down in, I think North Carolina or something, and he says that these wild pigs just come like they're just pissed off, like a feral or something. Where do these words come from? Feral. What is that? 1300 century? 1300 century shit? I always hear people talk about feral cats. I'm spelling it wrong. Is it PH? Oh, that's not working. Here. Wait for stocks to open. Always waiting. Okay. It's 1 hour. Let me see if I guessed right on how old this is. 17th century. Okay. It's Latin for wild. Thank you, Mr. Google. Mr. Google rarely breaks my heart, but the markets sure do. Pull back, Jack. What is going on with the stock market? It's going fucking nuts to the upside. We did not get filled. We were too stingy on that one. Looks like it's going to rip north. Let's go to the 4-hour NASDAQ. Happy days are here again, it looks like. Even the Euro's not done going up. Happy days are here again. Yeah. So she found herself with a margin call. I told her not to trade. I told her not to trade without me. She stepped in front of the train, though. I said, honey. Well, she didn't know market structure. Now look at you. If I told you once, I told you 100 times. Structure matters, but she didn't believe me. Oh, gosh. God, these hedge funds. These Bitcoin hedge funds, man. What bozos. I watched about 3 hours of this sailor guy last night. What an absolute buffoon. You should see the people in the comments. He's a genius. No, he's not. He's a complete buffoon. Dude, I make more sense. This guy, all his analogies, he gets halfway through the analogy and he bails and goes to another analogy. What a joke. He does the analogies to suck people into, like, let me line this up, how Bitcoin relates to, like, your house. Well, think of your house as a digital house. People in the comments that are pissed off, like me, are like, so this digital house, like, do I have to get digital furniture for my digital house? Then he talks about, well, the most conductive thing is like sound. Sound vibrates. When he's talking about the vibrate, I just keep thinking about Robinacci every time he talks about the vibrations. He's a Robinacci guy that just became he goes on speaking tours and he inspires people, and people go, I feel so much better after listening to Sailor talk about. Of course, it's 20 grand. It's a buy. It was at 68 grand. It's fucking at the 68.1 retracement, 618 retracement. It's too technological for me. My digital house is falling down. It's made out of Bitcoin. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. Yeah, man. Let's take a look at that Bitcoin. Bring me the Bitcoin. Bringeth to me Bitcoins. Stocks up. Alrighty then. That's just a typical day in my town. Police chases. I live in the most obese state in the country. Thank you very much. And top it off. So, we grow big out here, son. So you don't just see ambulances, you see bariatric ambulances in my town. That's right, people. The guy that has the biggest patent on surgical bariatric instruments, he also lives in the place with the most obese people. It's funny how that worked out. Things happen for a reason. Yeah, things happen for a reason. So here we go. I'm trying to bring up my Bitcoin chart. It's got to be in here somewhere. All the cryptos. I'm still working on this crypto video. I'm trying to make a video on cryptos, but I think I'm gonna have to approach it from swing scalp position or amusement, because I'm sure everybody has that. Amusement. Amused by the price of it and the fluctuations of it. What am I looking at? I can't even find a fucking symbol. Just look for something that trades at 20 grand other than an index future. Wow, the ruble's trading really big. That's expensive. Get your wallet out on that one. Okay. Well, this isn't going to be the right price, but it'll be a price. 22,000. Okay, so they moved the decimal point on me. So Bitcoin took out the high of the month so far. I'm sorry, the high of the month. And the high of last week. The high of 2 weeks ago it took out. So this is its chance to really shine. Uh-oh. That's not going to work. This broker has no monthly charts, so we're just stuck with this. So what is the story? What are we going to do? They filled me on some of my CAD here. Picked up a few more K for not having to chase it at the market. So why did that work out? Because it pulled back again. Oh my God. No way. Looks like it's ready to stomp down now, doesn't it? What is the news? I bet the building's up. I predict the building is up and the permits are up. Let me see if I'm right. Just because there's money out there, it's got to go somewhere. And I was right. Well, I was right about the building permits are up. But the housing starts are just down a little bit. So, yes, the permits are certainly up. People are staking out the speculations in the wind. People are starting to pick their spot. Most definitely. So we don't care where we make our pips, whether we make them on the swings or the scalps or we just want to put on logical trades, man. These are sustainable trades. These are zero emission trades, actually. Other than the mouse friction. I'm trying to buy a retest on the yen. I dumped into the 1 hour floor there. I'm waiting to re-wick the dollar yen. Like the dollar CAD. Risk on, risk off. I put just tons of sells on the northern side of the euro dollar. So I'll put my multi-drops in here too. I'm just going to canvas this whole upper region with my 30 pip windows just above the high of the day. 30 pips, 50 pips. Put the kitchen sink in there. Big rally coming on the euro possibly. I'm going to sell into the psycho rally. Buy the CAD. Buy the NASDAQ if it pulls back into my They seem far away now, but we've seen this market rip down and smash down very quickly. Looks like somebody got a top tick Tommy fill in here. Made quite a bit of money here in the last. We missed it. Somebody sold that. Well, they're up like 30 pips. That's a 15. Scrunch it down. So now these tickets look like they're fillable, but if you go to the 4 hour, it looks like no way. The 1 hour looks like no way. It's going to cut north now. Maybe we should put some scalps up there. Let's pepper some scalps into the formula. Break even 50s. Start selling here. People should start selling there. Risk 2 hours here. 40 to make 30 for 2 hours there. About 20 pips apart. $20 apart on that. Grab a $50 break even. This looks ready to pounce up. We just updated the half-hour chart. Stock's open in a half hour, so I'm looking for this thing to cruise up, and maybe the stocks are going to go down. Euro up or euro down, either way. I'm buying kind of too aggressive here, so I'm going to take off these tickets. It's too close to the market. I really want to buy back in fair value, so let me take these guys. Too early entry, so I try to get back into the fold of everything below this price. Everything above there is just way the hell up in this floor, which is the ultimate target for all the swing traders to get to here. So they made this target. This target's been hit. So the new buy window is going to be this top, but there's a tendency for it to come down to this closing price, which is a more it's a sharper entry. And that's a 25 pip window there. So it's 50 pips. I mean, if it drops 25 and really crushes here, it's a better trade. And on the sell side, I like the sell side of that too. I'll find out in 25 minutes here. Alrighty then. We're going to find out by hook or by crook. Yeah. Oh yeah. So let's see. Okay. Yes. Looks like a possible rally there coming in the euro. Pop up into my sell limits. That's what I'm kind of. Let me zoom out a little bit here. So if I go to the 4 hour, put everybody in the same kind of amount of sync everybody up here. I guess scrunch this one down. Okay, so we're waiting for the drama to begin. The daily price action. I put some cells up here just for fun. I don't think they're going to make too much money. I think it's going to be better if you put just a big wide track in there. Anything above here, I'm going to put in these big, and then we just pluck them off because this is too big of a vacuum. It's going to need a bigger trade bank in there. I guess the cash market's going to be the big finalizer on who's right and who's wrong. Nine o'clock is when these 4-hour charts updated. So you can see that perfect pullback on the 4-hour here. Fall asleep. Wait for that.
Civil, 7 different personalities.
So the market's making up with me now. After it broke my heart. It really pulled that back into the vacuum again. If I was still holding this thing, I would have made a pretty penny, but wow, that's just too scatterbrained for me. I got the fuck out. I think I made $50 or $30 off the top of that. Something like that. It's paying for the cost of this trade. That looks like it could come slamming back to these orders. These will expire in about a few minutes here on these. Got about an hour left on these tickets. Look at this thing. Look at this buyer's remorse already, huh? Doesn't take long. Right up and smack right into the supply zone. That's crazy. Oh, how's that work? Let's buy it if it plunges. Why not? Let's just put some limits in there now. Some crazy shit. 100 pip stops. $100 stops here. Let's buy way deep. This could pull back $50 per share easily back into the supply zone. Right now it's a buy, I suppose, on the 15, right? It's coming back into the round on the 15 there. It's a buy until it's not. It just crushes down here, just breaks your fucking heart and goes all the way down here. So I think trading at the market breaks your heart. Neil Young says only love can break your heart, but I think the market can do it too. Only the market breaks my wallet, just not my heart. It breaks my patience, actually. So this is starting to look like a really good buy for people that are momentum traders. The more it stalls out here. The big picture, I don't know. Let's see. I just want to make it to the round. So my trade's about going from here, from under the floor to above the floor. At least make it to the second level of the house. And I think this is a distant dream, people. We're not taking that high out today. So what do you think's possible? So maybe take out the high of the week later on, but I think for the moment it's just going to be crushed down. Dead cat bounces all the way down here. It's a scalper's dream for the dead cat bounce. Not coming down deeper now. Just keep dripping down and filling. Drip and fill. I call this the drip and fill. Not exactly. This trade is designed to break your heart. If you think it's going to retrace, no, it's going lower. This is called it's going lower. Let's buy into it. Let's put a 150 pip stop. I'm sick and tired of getting. So this is why people have that. Like, let's get 20 wives. I don't know what the math is on that one, but 20 wives, really? 20 ladies. Hey, ladies. So 20 ladies in a row, stacked up, just looking at you with that puppy dog. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do for me next? Well, we're gonna go out shopping and we can humiliate each other in public. It's like a hobby. The Johnny Depp School of Marriage Counseling. What you got to do here is see, for every time she nags you, that's one rail of cocaine and a touch of Parmesan. In the background, you can see the, what do they call that, token art? What's that Bitcoin art? Fungible psychedelic drawings that I'm doing now. I do think that's worth it for real stuff, right? For real things that are real. I was using my digital pickaxe the other day, mining some Bitcoins. And I have to tell you, it didn't work out. Ran out of electricity. Didn't think it was possible. This Twitch is just fucked up. Okay. Double refresh everything here. I'm not a big fan of intuitive software. What we're going to do here is that when you click on that, you have a tendency to click on that, so we're just going to make that like autofill. Oh, thanks, but no thanks. Can I please have my own life back? Can I just do what I want to do, please? In the land of the one-eyed monster, the limit entry is king. Blind ambition. Hey, the dollar's coming off the floor against the yen. That's all I care about. The dollar CAD should be the next one coming. So I'm going to stick with my limit entries on this one. I'm in about 40K of this dollar CAD. We scalped out of this psychotically obnoxious NASDAQ. Look at this fucking thing. Can you even trust this thing? Look at this shit. Holy fuck. I could have held that short for 15 minutes. I would have made how much? This is my 2 shorts I had on. Wow. Stocks have only been open for like 13 minutes here, 12 minutes here. It's crazy. Market's on fire. So coming up on 15 minutes of stocks. We're on the 15-minute chart. They pull back to the supply zone. Do you buy or do you put limits? I say put limits in. 2-hour expirations. I say let's 40 to make 30 here. 2-hour expiration. So we don't have to worry about that. More crush, more fill on taking on more position, more heat here on the euro. I mean on the CAD. I refuse to get stopped out, so I put in 120 pip stops. Hey, they're filling me. Look at that. Well, I'll be damned. That's eating up a lot of margin. With the scalp out of that one too. That is crazy, man. Look how jerky that thing is. What a mess. I'm going to scalp out of that as soon as I get to the round. Looks like the dollar's coming off the floor. Hell, I'm not even going to wait on that. Looks like we're going to get smashed here, so I'm going to pluck this one off. Okay, so the new abyss is down here now. Put some 8-hour 100 pip stop to make 80. This is $100 to make $80. I'm going to stack them up outside of the low of the day. Like a sleeper sell out here. $60 to risk 100. 80 to make 60. Here's 50 to make 80. Once again, always buy deeper than the market goes deeper than you can even imagine. So here we're buying under the shelf of the 4-hour breakout traps traders there. So we're going to get in on that one. I got the euro dollar here stalled out. But I'm willing to buy everything down here all day long for the rest of the afternoon if we come back to that. I'm totally willing to do that. Oh, just hit the wrong button. Button. Who's got the button? Yeah, this is not an exciting sport, is it? Trading's pretty fucking boring. All day long. I'm kind of getting addicted to this dollar trade right now. Put some 2-hour tickets in. One more retest. Euro's making a run for it, so they're going to smash this CAD now. Try to get about 3 standard lots going here. Selling into the rally coming on euro, buying into the plunge coming on CAD. Buy the plunge, sell the rally. I go for another stack coming in. I'm going to put the good ratios outside the low of the week. So if we take out the low of the week, I'm going to buy mega doses. Look at this thing coming back. Well, there you go. Wonders never cease. Everything old is new again. Look at this thing. That is the most wackadoodle market I've ever seen. Looks like a buy here at the market, but no. They'll crush it. That's a 15-minute structure. It's not worth anything. They laugh at those structures. NASDAQ has quite a lot of fun at people's expense, I think. People just can't get their brain around that. That thing just pulled down $100 on a 1K. So, we're riding the storm out, riding against the wind, against the plunge in the CAD. Deep discount buyer this morning. Tuesday morning sale, stalled out euro. Dollar's not getting it done. I mean, the dollar is strong. The euro's not be able to take over the reins and continue on the insane rally. Sorry, euro dollar. They break the bulls' hearts now. You had a good run, son, but getting long in the tooth there on that. If euro's down, stocks are down. Maybe I'll get picked up on this psycho grid on the 15-minute structures. It's kind of mind-blowing. Look at the half-hour structure on this. If you don't think it can't take this out, then you've never seen this thing move. Look at this shit. That's a half-hour chart on NASDAQ. So these structures look pretty tame here, you know. Like, this is the 4-hour CAD. How can you not trade that? You know, this stuff, of course, that's the 4-hour chart. I'm sure the 5, but there's no way it looks like this. This is so high drama. I guess if you put this on the 1-hour chart, scrunch it down, I could kind of achieve that drama, I suppose, here. Certainly not position-wise. Certainly not margin requirement-wise either. So we have to assume that's distribution there, all that smashing around. Here's the 1-hour scrunched view. The 15-minute NASDAQ on the left. So here this looks like a completely viable trade. Here it's really a mind-blowing size that I'm trying to get into here. Taking all the money I made from this trade and putting it into this trade. Going from a NASDAQ trader to a CAD trader, which is pretty substantial. CAD's pretty ridiculous. And we have to wait till... So our worst trade right now, we're underwater and everything from here down into this plunge. So yesterday's trade was buying the plunge here, cash out into there. We dumped everything here. I think I actually dumped into the floor here. And then you could have done the top tick Tommy, like so when Asia opened, sellers come in, you know, down again. And the dead cat bounce scalps run here. There's a few bucks there. So these are obviously, and this is a big, you know, when you see all those wicks, you know, there's a big fight going on. But we're actually counting on another big battle in the battleground states. So I put some drop boxes in here. I don't know what you can say and can't say, to be honest with you, but we'll put some drop box here. We're gonna stuff the limit box. There's a drop box right there. Hey man, I think we have to wait till things simmer down before we start joking around about that. We got to get through the long hot summer first. So far, it's been pretty nice. There hasn't been too many. It's actually it would get too hot to riot. I'm just gonna go back and watch. An old movie I think on YouTube. So me and somebody else is on here. I guess I should send a message. I have no emoji skills or anything. I'm probably posting offensive shit. I don't even know it. Frequently used. Okay, I think I just did it 3 times because I triple refreshed. All right, man. Come on. Come on down into my buying zone, please. You're just steps away from the abyss. Put some mega ratios in now. I'm going all in here. I'm going for the booster under 5. Boosters under 5, people. Boosters in the womb. Right here. This is the other thing this guy could have been doing out of South Africa is he could have been doing this trade that I'm doing right now. But I look at the margin requirement. I would be in 2 NASDAQ trades right now. Besides, I almost got filled there on the NASDAQ. Look at that. They didn't fill this one, though. The one I pulled off. But that's itching for a pullback. What's going on here? Wow. Afraid to ask. Look at the 1 hour. How do you get your brain around this 1 hour chart? That's like a $80 wick. The fuck? Yeah, I'd step way back from this thing. This is like marrying this girl that's doing the cocaine with you. All right. Mega drop. Dollar CAD is at the... It's almost 5 minutes before 10 o'clock. There's one more piece of news to drop, I think. Australia news is coming out at 10:30. 11 o'clock, there's British pound news that's going to be rock the British pound to pieces. I haven't checked my British pound trades, but that's another category of insanity. That's like approaches NASDAQ insanity. NASDAQ's like the guppy. Think about how much you're going to risk. You probably make about $50 in a blink of an eye here in NASDAQ, but maybe a 10K on a 5K in guppies about equivalent to that. Got to take that equivalency test. Is it still legal to say that? The equivalency test? Well, based on the fact that you're a complete idiot, that puts you about grading on a curve for idiots. So last time you were here, you were still a moron. But you were an imbecile, so you're really moving up. You're moving up. Had you pegged for an imbecile, it turned out to be a moron. What can I say? You're allowed to trade at our prop firm. Are you good at following directions? How do you feel about barely trading? How do you feel about doing everything we say? Because we say so. Not because there's any logic behind it. Just because we say so. Well, how much am I going to make working here? About $1 million a month. Okay, whatever you say. That's the other tap out point. There's the tap out point for how much you want to lose, and tap up point for how much do you want to win. Let's try to make, we're in a 50K, let's try to make $50. Let's take the balance up to 3,700 for the day. Whew. Man, that 15-minute chart is just, it's scary to think that if somebody said to you, like those horror flicks I watch, where the room's 120-degree rooms, this guy's got to come up with money in it. The room's called it's called a 100-degree room or something. Free on the internet. You must trade NASDAQ. Or maybe a Nazi camp where they force you to trade NASDAQ with your family's savings on the 15-minute chart. Like, they take all your gold teeth and they cash them in and they make you trade NASDAQ for the Nazis. NASDAQ for the Nazis. In my horror this is like an MT4 horror film where you're forced to trade NASDAQ or your family dies. They kill you. Kill your family. What do you think of that? Is that a bad premise? Is that going to work? Is that too much to ask?
It's a bit brutal there, Dr. Simpleton.
I get bored. I get bored, so I have to improv. Improv when I get bored.
That. Yeah.
Yeah. Stop me before I start writing the rest of the movie.
I will stop
Spoiler
you right
alert.
now.
Spoiler alert.
Easy.
No, I like that. My favorite. That's my favorite. I'm basing that on the Twilight Zone episode where the guy finds himself in a Nazi camp. One of the. He's projected back and he becomes one of the inmates.
Guards. Oh, the inmates.
So that was one thing that Serling was really good at. He was in. I bet there was a big stink about that too. He had all these things he was trying to do, and people just were offended by his
Sure.
inserting these little what ifs. You know, it's all
Speaking
about what
of
if.
gold, what's your thoughts on the gold world? Forget the gold bug.
Are people buying it? Is it still plunging? Are people buying?
I really don't know. I faded it last night. I woke up, with $100, but I was just winging it. I have no idea what I'm doing just
I
yet.
don't know. I always thought gold. I always thought if Trump won, gold would have gone to 1,000. Because.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, because look at how it didn't really give a shit that. Look, the wheels came off the train.
Right.
If stocks are crashing, gold should be
Right.
screaming up. What's going on?
Right.
Well, it's a very, it's a margin call situation. The hedge funds have to
Right.
sell their gold. There was, back when I was trading commodities, I'll never forget this, when I was thinking that if I watched the news, somehow I'd have a better edge, And I just don't
Sure.
watch the news. I know when the news is coming out, but trying to make a guess on whether it's going to be good or bad news and betting good or bad news, thinking you know what's going to happen if it's good news. They were talking about, and this is when gold was like 800 an ounce. They were talking about the banks. I go, the banks are leasing gold? This was on the news. The banks and the Financial News Network. I had it on all day long. I watched Financial News Network when it was called the Financial News Network, and I watched it all the way when it became... Of course, when Becky Quick got on there, at least it was easier on the eyes, but everybody else on there was
Easy
just...
on the eyes. Gotcha.
But yeah, that was...
Got it.
Those were the days of trading curbs. You'd watch them go trading curbs and hit the brakes. Oh, my God. Halt trading on this stock. Enron. God, Enron. What a mind blower that was.
I only got exposed to like the London's metals market when I went over to my good pal Starvin Marvin's place. And you couldn't enter there without at least a case of Diet Coke or something, right? Because everyone's always rolling in and out and there's never enough beverages. So I came in there one it was pretty early, about 10 in the morning, and he was on the phone and he was talking. I go, "What's going on, Marvin?" He goes, the London stock price happens at 12 o'clock London time, which is, 7 o'clock here in the morning. And depending on where London strike price is, I take my shot on the euro dollar. Now, this whole sentence made absolutely no sense to me. And 30 years later, still doesn't quite make that much sense to me, but I thought I'd just kind of throw it out there. Maybe someone has an inkling of what the hell this guy was doing, using the London fixed close price to bet on euro dollars. I have no idea what he was doing.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's because London's close to Europe. He's probably locking in the.
Right. Okay.
He's locking in the swap or the spread between. So there's a rollover swap that happens, and if you do it on a Wednesday, that's why Wednesday is a big deal, because the swap starts on Thursday. Some people have robots that just make money on the swap.
Beautiful.
Like they lock into this carry trade idea, you know.
Okay.
There's robots like that. I mean, they're not making a ton of money, but you know, they're just churning away. Yeah, there's a million approaches. I mean, I can't even, it's a bottomless pit. Not to mention the people that are just selling indicators, you know.
No, I had a
industry.
A chance. Yeah, no, listen, I had a chance to go over some old notes. I really didn't do much forex trading back in the day, but one of the things that was pointed out to me was that there are aggregators that will take different data feeds and combine them. And I don't know where they are nowadays, but this is going back about 7 years. And if you saw the bids on the, let's say, 3 banks.
It's called PitView. Yeah, it's called PitView.
Okay,
it's like $50 a
enough.
month for PitView. It's got, just look at it, it's called PitView. I think it's like $50 a month.
There's going to be a time, and you showed this to me, I think. You pointed it out at one point when you're looking at the tick chart. If the ask comes underneath the bid, it's a great place to put a trade in.
Well, not underneath. When it goes to zero. Or are you saying, oh, yeah, when you're trading inside the spread? Yeah, so...
Yes.
When you drop, it depends what brokers you are.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, it depends on the broker. Fair enough.
Yeah, some brokers aren't going to let you do it. So but actually what happens there is that they'll honor on the way back. When the bid goes through it, they'll take it. They won't give you the ask price then, because since you got inside of it, and actually they accept it as a limit to buy. In other words, they actually have it listed as a buy limit. But yeah, if I drop it inside the spread there, so really, that's why if you just canvas an area, like right now, I'm under the floor on the dollar CAD on the 15th, so all the scalpers have already gotten out of this trade. I'll put it on this Discord thing so you can see what I'm talking about.
Otherwise, it's going to get feedback.
Yeah, here, let me put it on this. So here's we're in the dollar CAD, which people like this thing. It's a really big mover. So the scalpers have gotten out, but the auction guys, for the guys that are looking for it to come up here, are still going to hold. Right? They're going to cash out here when the news comes out of wherever, you know. Like this has got to be the big pivot window. And the other guys, I've already got, I think, predetermined exits to get out here. So there's all sorts of places to get all along the way on the 15.
Oh, you know what? It's endless.
So here's the shelf. Here's where you put your big fat tickets. But I don't know if you would. The spread has to get tight enough. Like here's a window. So if you drag your box, you'll see. That's a 2-pip window there, and the spread is 1. So you would have got filled here. And you're out of that trade, you know. You could have placed this whole trade in advance. Well, you don't know about this price yet, but you know this price, right? And you would just say, well, I'm just looking to make, I don't know how many pips that is. 20, is it like maybe 12 pips here? I guess it's like 24 pips there. So this would be... We'll have to move that box. Okay, so it's 13 pips, about 14 pips right there. Now, do I put in, now I want to add more to the position. I'm not in big enough. Let me throw some 10 pip stops here. These are ridiculous because they last for 8 hours. This should be a half-hour script, but it's not. That's why I'm not going to write a half-hour script right now. So I'm just dropping. That's another reason why.
No.
This is super aggressive trading. That if this was real, like 8 hours, I guarantee we're going to fill this before the day's over. We're going to stab down one last time. So why would you ever get in a standard lot unless you had your finger on the trigger to just say, I just made $40. I just made $80. I just made $40. I just made $80.
That never made
At
any
the end of the
sense to
day,
anyone.
you're up
No,
$800
yeah,
now.
it
There's
doesn't make
people
any
that there's
sense.
people that can do it. There's people that can do it. I'm not that guy. So I decided to go with the limit entry. I decided to go limit entry because I just don't have time for this. I'm like that 911 chick that bailed on the call. I ain't got time for this.
I gotta go.
I got my nails done at 3.
Let me
Like,
get this-
when is this person with the bleeding arm going to get off
gotta
my
go.
phone? I'm going to
Right.
put an amazing
We-
ratio. Risk
we'll give
13
you
to
a
make 33. 13 to make 33 here. Amazing ratio. Broker just went offline, so it's not going to drop. So this broker's out of the islands. They're going to go offline. But that's okay. My other broker doesn't. You have a steady Eddie broker, and you have these. There you go. Just came back on. So I'm coming in here with a 13 pip stop to make a glorious 33 pips. This is a great trade. That's amazing ratios. So you want to put this down at the very low end here, just outside of the low of the day. So if you tag that thing, pretty tight stop, 13 pips, about, with a 2 pip spread, that's going to be a 10 pip stop. And some break evens down here. Yeah, you can build a whole thing. And here's the top inside the bottom. So there's this top. You crush through that. But yeah, here's the order block concept. There's an order block here because it's zigzagged. That's all that means. That if there was a block of orders in there, there's more blocks of orders in there than there is here, see? That's all order blocks are. So there's no order block here. This is a wick. Order blocks are the body of the candle. So when the candle hems and haws, that means this is order block city, or distribution phase, whatever we're going to call it. Look at this distribution. The dead cat bounces in here were crazy. And that's feeding off of this wick, or this whole vault here is just like, wow. Then, so I traded this last night. My entry was way back here, though. I bought everything below there, and we dumped when we got to the top of the stack, and then we restacked it down here.
Right.
So now I'm restacking just like a whore here, and I'm just being a pig on the dollar yen also, because the dollar,
Why not?
well, just for the day, I don't know what else is going to happen. Now I'm getting filled on those ones I put in super close. Just now, we just got to fill. Let me see what's going on here.
Hey, Nick. Hello.
Hey, how's everything over there in the? Who's going to fill in for this Boris guy? Who are they going to put in? Bernie? Is Bernie Sanders going to go over there and fill in? What's going to happen? Because his hair's fucked up too. They're looking for a guy with fucked up hair, right?
They're having the the clown auditions for the next one. Guy comes in with the bigger shoes and.
Oh, taller guy with bigger shoes. He's got
Bigger
more.
shoes.
Has he got more? Does he have an entourage? Is he one of these guys that's going to come in with a big cigar or a pipe or something like that Wilson guy?
Oh sure, he's coming out the clown car, the little mini where.
It's a
people
fireside
come out.
chats. I think Trump's threatening to do fireside chats and stuff. He's going to go full Churchill. It's going to be a fucking. I'm going to love this. Is like if you're into the political world, this is going to be. Dude, this is the Olympics of the Olympics of politics. Every regime's collapsing, and it's just like open season. It's open source.
Everyone found
It's
the
all
fucking
open
risk.
source.
It-
Dude,
We
if
are
Bitcoin,
melting in
I'll
the
tell you
UK
what,
at the moment.
you're gonna hear these patriots
100 degrees
scream.
there.
Yeah, wait till Bitcoin goes back to 40 grand. People's heads are gonna explode.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's a crowded market.
Well-
The hedge funds. When you start leveraging stuff like that, it just, dude, the first people panic. You think
You
hedge
have to
funds? You think
appreciate that
hedge
a lot
fund?
of people
Yeah.
want that.
Here-
They-
yeah,
They want it. They call up their hedge fund managers. They say, "We want some Bitcoin."
That's
We want
right. That's actually
exposure."
right. That's right. That's why Maybelline
Right.
makes all these poisonous. That's why Maybelline makes makeup. It's not Maybelline pushing makeup. Like you go down the makeup aisle,
Well,
And they got that mirrored stuff on the underside. You ever walk down a makeup aisle? It's like a fucking, you're in a discotheque. They got mirrored shit on the bottom.
it is a discotheque.
And it's like, I'm surprised they didn't just put a disco ball. Just
I always
commit and
go
put
to
a
the
disco
first-
ball in the top of the fucking makeup section. Please, already. Or have some glitter girl with a sampler. I'll paint your lips today.
Oh, I always go for the glitter girls. Give me the most expensive perfume you have.
Oh my God.
And they're like all over you right away because they figure, wow, this guy's
Yeah, I
about
used to go-
drop big
yeah.
money for perfume.
I used to go to a giant mall and they would spray you. They'd hose you down. This is before, I think,
Sure.
before the FDA got a hold of them or something, because people were passing out from the perfume. But the CDC had to intervene on that one.
Perfume.
I think we're probably going to go for another run on this USD CAD. I think there's some big CAD news tomorrow.
Well, Australian news is coming out in about 10:30, so they can rock the shit out of this CAD because it's one of the commodities. It's one of the commodity instruments.
I don't think I've the consumer price index tomorrow on CAD.
Oh, we're
Am I
screwed,
misreading
don't
my,
worry. I mean, the dollar's going
I
to
might
collapse.
be misreading my charts here. I gotta get my tea leaves out. That's what I'm really using. I didn't want to say anything earlier, but I'm ashamed and shy at the same time. Here, 10:30 a.m. Australia leading index, so that's gonna have a little bit of a. But we have the tentative. New Zealand is tentative. I like how these people are tentative. They probably have electricity issues in New Zealand too. You know, all these reports are depending on like a nuclear plant. If you make me president, I say nuclear power for all reports. Stable nuclear power for all reports.
Their own fusion reactor in the house.
Right, we'll have a global reactor that does all the global reports for all the indices and all the minutia. How about reporting on my neighbor's latest tent in the yard?
2 weeks ahead of time.
How about announcing when the fireworks are going to hit my house and burn it down? All these patriots out here burning my house down with the fireworks. They're patriot posers. They just want to see shit blow up. You know, they don't care anything about.
Okay.
Like Gomez didn't care about trains. He just wanted to blow them up. Down again, filling my order bank again, gloriously.
E-mini's taken off. I'm riding it. I'm just at the market.
Dollar's
Sorry
getting
about the singing in the
crushed. The
background.
euro's going through the roof. Woof. Into the night.
I don't know how to turn off the sound in the server. So I'm sorry for all the clings and the bings.
You got to put $1 in.
Or maybe I should just put in the sound
think they're-
file. You know?
They're charging, I
Ka-ching.
think, now. Start charging.
Hang on, what about the Evil Knievel warming up his bike? You know, there he goes. There he's going for it.
Wow, this is a big stampede here. This news out of Australia is going to be the rocker. Look at that. Look at the euro go. Oh. Australia's
Looking at
probably
the,
going to go through the roof.
The euro against the Australian dollar is just like coiling up pretty tightly here.
Yeah, this news is the only thing to chew on here. A big new low, and we just picked up some tickets on that CAD, getting ready to sell the euro into the abyss on the north side. Stocks are all the way back up again on that 15.
They're gonna hit the monthly high. Oh yeah.
Wow. Got filled on that CAD. Whoa, big tickets now. 75K long on CAD. Super long the dollar now. Waiting for that news to come out of 15 minutes till news. Wow, everybody's getting all spooked here.
I like the jam session you posted. Do you guys like
cool.
rent out a little space or something?
Yeah, we just got this little studio thing we've been working on for like, I think it's about 20 years now. We finally got it up to like serious amount of, because the streaming's here now. We used to stream on 365 live audio only back in the day.
Did you pause your stream there, buddy?
What's that?
Is your stream paused? It says over here on the Discording.
Did I screw it up?
Separate.
Did I
No,
fuck up my
that
screen?
stream is separate to the YouTube one. You're talking about the Discord stream.
Yeah, well, the Discord stream is paused. It says.
Yeah.
Stream paused. Oh, okay. So you paused it there.
But the
guess.
YouTube one.
Oh,
is still
did
going.
I?
The YouTube one is still going.
Here, no, I
Well,
think
if I
it's
put the YouTube on
maybe
and
I
this one's on, then I get the feedback.
maybe I accidentally hit the pause button. Anyways,
there
here
you
comes
go.
the CAD. We're making some
Oh,
money
you
on the
see, you hit
CAD
the
now.
wrong button again.
So
You
we're
launched the
cashing
nuclear
out
missiles.
on the CAD now, and it's coming back to the floor once again. So those extra tickets I put in were great. So those are just my little scalpers. Now the stocks are crashing. Looks like I'm gonna take out that 15-minute structure. Gonna go down and fill my limits finally on that S&P or that Nasdaq.
Should have something.
And
I don't
the
know what
euro's
it was.
backing off pretty hard. So yeah, it looks like dollar to the moon here. Into this news out of this news is coming out.
Aussie land.
I forgot to check I have Australian limits in somewhere on another broker, so I gotta check that. See if it's not blown up.
God,
Wow.
really.
Look at that daily. The daily Australian dollar just went and retested the high from 10 days ago. Wow. That's a move. 200 pips, man. 200 pips in 3 days on Australia. Amazing.
So those,
New
those
Zealand,
are,
New
those are pretty
Zealand's
good
up
swing trades,
a
I
chunk
imagine.
though. New Zealand's only up 100. New Zealand doesn't move that big. That's
pretty
like the
good.
most. That's the most outskirts of the majors. There's only 7 major currencies. 7 major forex. So I throw in an extra one just to make it tile out in 8. So I used to do 8 tiles of all the currencies. But you just pick the one that you can fit into pip-wise, because that's all that really matters, is how many pips is the stop on this thing. I might have cashed out as like 1K here, not even yet, on the 15 minutes CAD trade. Looks like it could dip again. I mean, the news is not out yet. So another plunge maybe for the CAD. Never underestimate the plungeability of the market.
They may tag a standard deviation today on the S&P. Looks like they're heading that way. Everyone's looking for the short, and they just rip everyone's face
Yeah.
off. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Boy, that's a real mover, though. That Nasdaq's nothing to.
Oh yeah.
You can't. It doesn't joke around. It's just not a joking situation.
No.
No, I mean, it's so vicious. I mean, 1 minute you could
Yeah.
be up. If you were in a 3K, you'd be up $300. Now you're down 150. You're like, what is going on?
Yeah,
Like,
you're down again.
like if you're used to trading
Slow motion.
the dollar yen on the monthlies, you'd be like, what is going on here? So my dollar yen's coming back to the round number here, floor. Cash out of this one. I suspect the dollar CAD's going up. That looks like a
it's
beautiful
like
trade there.
USD Swiss account.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. I think this euro's going to crash, so I got all these limits to buy the crash back in below. If it drops 30 pips here, I'm going to buy it on a big bank for just whatever happens inside of here. Whatever we can get out of that. Okay.
So I hear it's really hot in London, Nick. You guys okay?
Yeah, for sure.
Is it?
It was meant to be like 40 degrees today.
Wow, he's loud. Okay.
40, huh? That's like what, 90 degrees Fahrenheit? Hot?
So right now it says, you're in Fahrenheit, so it's 101 here.
Oof, no way. Wow, is it humid though?
No, it's not been so bad.
Oh, but it's breezy a little bit, huh?
Yeah.
But you got Stonehenge. You can run over and hide under Stonehenge, right?
Well,
That's what it's
kinda
designed
good.
for,
I mean,
right?
We're not set up with like loads of aircon anywhere. We're not used to this.
So you guys don't really do air conditioners much. You don't really need them. You just kind of go down to the basement and cool off in the cellar,
it,
right?
man. That's it.
So
Although I
basements,
got a little,
everybody has a basement
little
there?
aircon thing, yeah. It's okay.
Is there always basements of every house there, or some people don't have
No,
a basement?
no.
There's flats and
Definitely
stuff.
No, they don't have basements.
It's more common that you don't have basements in.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Huh. Yeah, I don't know how that works because I was thinking of the cellar, you know, the wine cellars and all the European. I guess you have to have a cellar. You just have a cellar, right? I almost bought a house one day that had a like a cellar out back, you know. They were growing mushrooms and stuff, and it was creepy. I'm like, God, how do I know how they're not doing like human sacrifices in their backyard? Like, who would know? Somebody's got to investigate that. I have to ask the neighbors. You hear any strange sounds coming out of that thing? Is it haunted? Got any haunted buildings there? Do you live in a haunted house?
All of Europe is hot, apparently.
My best friend claims that he was in Italy and he was in Venice, and he in the hotel he stayed, there was hands grabbing him in the bed, and he said that he didn't resist because he was enjoying it. I don't know if he's putting me on because he's a guy that jokes around a lot. But he said that he wasn't afraid of ghosts at all. And actually, he wasn't afraid of anything, actually. He would drive in the fog at like 70 miles an hour. And I'm like, are you nuts? I think he was nuts. He didn't even have fog lights, I don't think. Like, that's going to help.
Crazy.
People are like that. Come on, Dalrian, you can do it. Here comes the news, people. The news out of Australia. Foster's for beer. Okay. The leading index. It's not a big news, but it's the only thing to chew on.
Mm-hmm.
It's a boring day. But at 2:35, we're going to have the FOMC guy speaking. But what is he going to say? It's 7 p.m. 7:10 p.m. The governor of Australia is going to come out. The Royal Bank of Australia. Royal Bank.
I didn't get picked up on much USD yen, but it seems like it's heading back towards the floor.
Who does the yen? Wasn't it the old brother, the rumpled one, drained the banks? Isn't that the guy who was doing USD yen primarily? In the YouTubers world?
The rumpled one.
The rumpled one, buddy.
Yeah.
He's pretty funny.
I was invited into this Pale Talk by this girl out of England.
Okay.
Her name's Kate. So she was an ICT student who just couldn't understand what ICT was doing, and really all he's doing is supply and demand, but he's telling it in a cryptic way. So she kind of got lost and she was disappointed. So she found my channel, and then she came on the channel. She's super shy, but then she said, well, come into the this Pale Talk, and it was a room, and I think it might have been called the Rumpled One, or the Rumpled One was running the room. Okay. And so I posted some line charts, and she said to me in the chat, he doesn't like line charts. I'm like, well, fuck him. So I had to leave the room. He doesn't like line charts. Fuck him.
No, he
didn't like if you drew a trend line. He didn't like. So I'm like, fuck him. Like, if you don't understand, like, here people say trend lines don't work. Well, it's like AA, you know, or it works if you work it, I suppose. You have to understand what's going on in the world. All the trend line is showing you is the void. It's showing the vacuum on an angle.
Yeah, I understand. But I think he basically, if I'm not mistaken, he has general areas of interest like you do, and I think he does probabilities that he's looked over forever in a day. Oh. So he knows that he's got certain types of setups that work consistently. What I liked about his presentation was that, you know, he basically says, you have to build your account over time. You're not going to get rich in one day. So I said, well, at least he's guiding people in the right way. I don't know if his methodology works. I have no idea what the
right.
American. I have no idea what the dollar yen is. I don't understand everything, but at least he wasn't trying to bamboozle people. and I
No,
thought that
no, he was a
important.
guy. He was just a guy like me.
Yeah.
But no, everybody
good,
looks.
man.
Everybody's looking for some kind of. There's trading rooms that people pay to be in. It's crazy, you know. They pay so much a month to be
Right.
in a trade room. It's incredible.
You have to understand. You have to understand what it's all about. Because I didn't understand it at first. It's not about the trading because Bish bashes out every morning. It's hysterical.
Right, it's not about the
every
trade.
morning.
It's
He
about
gets
the. It's
his
about
points.
the
idea is, but
loneliness
it's the
of
entertainment.
trading.
It's the entertainment factor. It's talking
Right.
about this, talking about jalapeno sauce. It's basically people need company. Right?
Oh, absolutely.
So trading is lonely, and people need company. We're a social
Yeah.
species. There's nothing you can get around that.
Oh yeah, I don't hear anybody talking about trading. You know, you don't see people showing you, well, here's my balance, here's my execution, here's the trade I'm in.
No,
Like
no,
nobody's
nothing to do
doing
with
what
that
I
at all.
no, I don't see too many people doing what I'm doing where you see the fucking
No one's doing what you're
you
doing.
can see
You're
the
showing everyone
trades
everything.
real time here. I'm trading real
Right.
time. And
Oh,
granted,
Bish does.
this
A
is a
few other
demo
people do.
account. I'm not going to sit here and talk on the phone and trade real accounts. I'm just trading my real account in the background, but I'm not trading.
Well, no,
you know,
obviously. I mean,
I'm not
people
going to
should
sit here like
understand.
I'm saying I'm buying the dollar yen. I said I bought the dollar yen last night. If it dropped, I'm buying the dollar yen because it's an obvious trade, just like the dollar can's an obvious. Now, can't say it's going to work out size-wise. So if you're in too big, yes, it's going to be a real heartbreaker financial heartbreaker. That's certainly the underlying thing here is that when so somebody's going to say, well, how many dollars am I risking per day or per? Look at it coming after the
That should
lows.
be
Look at
the-
this
that
coming
should be
after
the
the
call.
lows.
That
Finally.
should be the call. What are you prepared to risk every day for the every day this week?
Yeah, because I mean the dollar CAD. Look at this thing; it's crushing down lower. I'm in almost. I'm in a standard lot finally. I'm in a standard lot. Look at this. I'm in a standard lot. I put in those dude. I put in stops of 120 pips on these tickets right now. We're getting
For
filled out.
sure, you have to. You have to go play them really wide.
Now
man.
in Nasdaq, this allows me to trade like a
But you have to
a
sniper
5K in Nasdaq.
Yeah.
So it's not
You
even.
have to go in and out.
Look at the Nasdaq. I'm getting filled on this. Here I'm getting filled. That's why I'm using the margin. Look, I'm filled on the sells on Nasdaq finally. On the 5. Oh my God, perfect. Look at that. Top tick Tommy fills here. Oh my God,
That's what you're
beautiful.
looking for. Yeah.
So this is the perfect thing. We're buying the CAD and we're selling the stocks. Perfect. And it looks like we're going to get a little punch here on the last bit of the.
Well, they're going to hit one standard deviation, so I'll tell you when it's hit because I haven't mapped it out for the Nasdaq, but I have it mapped out for the S&P. I trade the mini ES.
Coming up into the round handle floor.
If I can take the account from 10 mini ESs, which is one big major lot, if you will, you can turn around and get up to 80 in like 6 months, no problem. You know? I was getting angry. Well, that's Behoff, our friend in Germany, who's having a conversation.
Hoffenstein.
I think his wife is beating him constantly, man. It's just what's going on. He's giving him grief.
Put too many tickets in.
Oh, here comes calling to the show here. This guy's is that the right? No, that's not gonna. It's not gonna work, is it? All right. Let me turn on my.
Just
Audio.
inching up to 3,900. They're gonna like that round number.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna filled on that, but we're certainly trying.
I found NASDAQ was tough to get fills on. It's a thin book, and the Globex machine just skips like right over you. You can put them in whatever 20 ticks deep, and maybe you'll get picked up on the way back. You know, like it's just it's a brutal one to try to trade. So
Just trade it here.
that's been
Just trade it in an MT4 platform. You never have that.
yeah,
problem.
I have to learn all that. Nick's going to help me out one of these weeks.
Yeah, you never have to have that problem here. I mean, it's just not worth it. I mean, besides, you got to fill out all those papers and you got to pay exchange fees, and it's just not
Yeah,
worth it.
you know, I'm done with
The commissions are too
You know,
high. I mean, the real commodities market. I mean,
Can't play it
I
anymore.
mean, what do you think the
Not for
margin
the average
when crude oil went to 126 a barrel? What do you think the margin requirements were for the clearinghouses? They were probably like they were telling the brokers, dude, you got to have like
150 grand or
yeah,
something.
they give you zero leverage on that. The leverage
Listen,
goes
right
to
now,
zero.
If you want to get one contract, you need to have 9 Gs
Yeah.
to buy one. So,
I only need
margins are
$60 to do a
oh, I know. It's beautiful.
NASDAQ. I
Well,
mean,
what you-
NASDAQ's
yeah.
going to be, well, it's
Spread
about the
is brutal.
same. It's about the same with a real broker, but they're, you know, I don't know.
I ask you a question. This is just for someone asking for someone. What's the symbol you use for gold on the MT5? Is there different types of golds?
X.
And I'm getting all
It's
perplexed
spot.
here
It's
because
spot market. X. Starts with an
Spot.
X. It's a spot price. It's not a futures. So it's spot.
the CFD.
It's spot gold. What's that?
It's like a CFD. They call it on the, I guess, on the different platforms. They call
No,
it
it's
CFD.
the symbol's X. Starts with X, I think.
Okay. Okay. I was trading
gold.
gold per 0.1 CFD.
XAU.
XAU.
Oh, XAU.
Is it XAU?
Gotcha. Hmm?
It's XA. It's USD XAU or is it XAU slash USD?
It's XAU,
Yeah,
USD,
slash
and
U,
silver is XAG, I believe.
Yeah. So they're using
Gold and
they're using
silver.
the periodic table, but X is for, I guess, a forex platform.
Okay. I see what's
Platform
going on.
running.
I have a delayed one here. I see what's going on.
I think that's universal for even traders. What's it called? I can't remember. That's social
Trading View.
Trading
I'm on
View,
the
yeah.
Trading View.
Trading View.
XAU goes under Philadelphia X Gold and Silver Sector Index. Whatever. I'm going to look into this a bit more. That doesn't sound right.
Yeah. Well, you know, the spot market is why there's no delay. Where the futures market is delayed 15 minutes, you really have to have a
It's going to pay for the
you know,
real-time
this
data.
I don't know if that structure still exists where they're making people pay.
$25 or $15 for different markets. Yeah, they add it up for you.
I was paying $55 a month for the Chicago Board of Trade, which allowed me to trade the bond market and the grain market. And then I think I had a $30 a month so I could trade a mini contract, or I can't remember now. But the total bill with the data feed, the satellite on the roof, was about $280 a month, I think. And I wasn't putting trades on. So I had a
Right.
professional rig, but I was not a
Okay.
professional trader. Because if you want to play guitar, what do? You go out and buy a high-end guitar. If you can afford it for your
You do
first
that.
guitar. So I could afford it. And I spent a lot of money. I must have spent at least, I would say, I had that system for at least 2 years. I moved and dragged the dish with me and put it on the roof, kind of calibrate it. That's crazy. But it was so funny because I was so stupid. I didn't know the dish really didn't cost too much, and they were like charging me for the hardware. And I thought, fuck, I could have bought my own dish. I think I didn't care. I had the money. Besides, I had a modem that was like connected to the dish, and it could.
So
Yeah, I was
Owanda
getting.
has gold.
It was
That's what you mean.
Comstock data. I think the Comstock was the people that had the satellite dish. It was a DTN box. So I was pulling DTN data off, and they were hooked up to the exchange in some kind of
Nice.
contract. Yeah, it's crazy.
There it is. Gold spot to US
Oh.
dollar. 15-minute chart on Owanda. Yeah, what the hell am I going to tell you about
The
gold?
market's slowing down here. The news came out. It looks like looks like I'm making money on my short
climbing,
on
man.
the
Oil is
Nasdaq
climbing.
finally. I might let this one go to profit. My short picked up perfectly 2K, And here comes the CAD. I'm ready to buy at the market on the CAD.
It's ready to come down again. Yeah.
Did you get into any dollar yen?
I didn't look at it.
Dollar yen. Yeah, so
nice.
dollar yen, I
Nice
cashed
wallet,
out of
right?
some of it because I came back to the floor, but I'm ready to sell it into that distribution pocket. I got sells. So I'm really not a faithful. I shouldn't be surprised that the market breaks my heart because I'm unfaithful to it.
You're very
Also,
unfaithful. You're switching instruments all day long.
yeah, I'm gonna sell the dollar yen when it comes up here into this pocket now. Into the
Not only do
distribution
you switch
phase.
Partners, you switch positions on partners. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I feel like and that's like in the middle of the session too. So I feel like wow, she really thought it was gonna be like that. Oh,
Single for life.
poor thing.
Poor thing.
Yeah, I let her
I mean,
on.
I guess it's similar to like when you're doing buy limit. You're not sure if it's going to do the full engulf. I mean, the probability of the full engulf happening, if it's so low, then you may as well take advantage of that by kind of taking the sell where you
Yeah.
effectively cash out on the previous floor. Right?
Well, plus the 15-minute, look at the 15-minute thing here. We actually went lower, so the sellers did come in here. Like, so all these things are true. You know, this bottom became a top. People sold here. Yes, that did happen. But are you going to take that little trade, or are you trying to load the wagon on a swing trade? I'm trying to load the wagon on a swing trade.
Right.
So I'm actually just buying everything below here, and if it closes down here, I will buy at the market. Or I should buy at the market if I'm not in big enough, because that means it closed under the floor. To me, that's a big deal.
Right.
So you're locking in the profit, so to speak, if you think that this trend line will break someday. So the only purpose of the trend line is to just identify the triangular vacuum that lives up here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for me, that's what it turned out to be, is that the pressure, the void up here. Otherwise, yeah, this is going to be a big problem. Like if you come down here, it'll be bloodbath. But that's the 4-hour chart, so you kind of in
Right.
the current trap zone. To me, is this whole mystery zone. This would be the turtle soup if you're ICT guy. I guess it's turtle soup down
I
here.
want to know what you're eating.
But if you go to the 1-hour chart, it's different, right? There you see, okay, trend line. Plus, the trend line works on closing prices pretty good between the 4-hour.
I only use the 4
So
hour.
what you're also saying here is momentum-wise, this thing is down, seriously down, and not achieving. It's diverging away from the channel, so it's not meeting targets anymore. So divergence is happening. You don't need RSI. See, it's not hitting targets on the channel anymore. It's structurally under the floor on the 4-hour. So this is a giant swing trade, but you know, if only back to here. I'm in so big right now. I'm also got in the background $120, so I'm only in a standard lot right now of CAD.
Okay.
Because the other trades I got going is this damn NASDAQ that's annoying the shit out of me. I just want to take the money and run here. Let me go to
I would take the money and run because it's going to come down.
Yeah,
for
so if
about
I just take the
another
money and
5
run right
minutes, and then they're
now.
Oh yeah. Oh,
What
yeah.
do we got here? Okay, so we got 2 minutes left. Looks like I could pull back some more. That looks like top tick Tommy territory.
Yeah, according to the.
So I think I'm going to hold it for a few more minutes. Besides, I got some sells up there. There's enough money in the account.
Okay.
I'll go with the craps version. Let it ride.
All right, 7-Eleven.
Or there's
You
the
brought 10:30. Hit the peak at 10:30, which is the attack line for the pit. So they're probably going to bring it down a little bit. They go above it, then you gotta. I would be going long if they're going above it.
here's
that means
the
that they're just going
5-minute
crazy.
CAD crawling back under the 5-minute closing floor.
Huh?
So that's going to be we got to blow through that. We got to take this out. We got to scream through these price levels now. That's the 5-minute chart, which is like the 1-minute chart on NASDAQ.
No, it's the same.
I mean, it's crazy. This is the most insane thing I've ever seen in my life. I still can't get over. I still can't get over the $2,500 win buying into the smash down last night on close, and then when it reopened at about 8 o'clock at night, I saw it was up $2,000, so I got out.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
I mean, I was
You
like,
take it.
yeah, I'm sure the thing going to go up higher, but I'm like, I don't want to see the whiplash. I just don't want to be equity whiplashed.
That's a big issue for people when they're up and then they don't take the money and then it comes back down and and then you're like, oh man, I had such a good trade. I had the direction. I had the right size. I had everything. But you know what you forgot to do, buddy? You forgot to take off your greedy hat. Put
Yeah,
on your
because
humble pie hat
also,
and take your
not
fucking
to
money.
mention that
Be a
they just
gentleman.
completed the master courses in Gartley patterns, and they're like, damn it, that was a Gartley pattern too. Dope.
Ah, fuck. Yeah.
Here's the 30-minute cat coming, trying to get back to the floor here for the skull.
All the tests I did, man, over the years, way back in the day, the only things that really made a difference was taking the money and run. And we had the win target.
Yeah.
It was get the fuck out target, which was once we make X dollars, bye-bye for the day. Otherwise, you will absolutely get stuck in front of this thing.
There's a guy that's got a video about that. There's a guy that's got a video about. So I did a search on YouTube back in the day.
Okay.
I would put in the phrases of what I'm thinking, and it said,
Okay.
"Oh, see, let your profits run," or I can't remember what it's called. And this guy does the analogy between baseball games and how you win a baseball game is you just keep on getting the guy around the bases, and you just go for the easy. You know, it's like pool. The pocket, the
Yeah.
balls that drop in the pocket.
That's it.
On your break, your good break, you can have those balls drop in, and you're not going to get a home run. You can't always be
Bother.
aiming for a home run. The people that aim for home runs are
Why do
just
people
totally
think that they're
broken
gonna do
hearted.
that, though?
Well,
do they think
because
they're
they
gonna
took
do
a
that?
course, they took a class, they took the master class.
Oh,
Unless the
fuck.
master class is saying, dude, take the money and run. And some of the ones I've heard, they say that. But
How?
in other words,
would
the
hope.
Gartley pattern master class without any money management or psychology is completely ridiculous, because what you're building is this kind of fantasy car. I used to build those in my
It is.
pencil when I was in school. I would draw a car that was aerodynamic. I'm like, why don't they make cars like a wedge? You know, I'd draw these wedge cars like, oh, it's kind of
Oh,
pointy.
yeah.
Okay, it would kill people, but hey, look at it, it's so aerodynamic. It was like it just turned out that my cars look like cattle. Front of the train, the
You
cattle
would.
scooper. We're just
That's
gonna
too much.
make this aerodynamic car. Why don't they make cars more aerodynamic? Why don't they make them lighter weight? Because people would die, get crushed down. I got a sustainable car. It's made out of bamboo and hemp. My hemp car weighs nothing, so I put a motorcycle engine on it, and then I hit the throttle, and the whole frame bent.
Just fell off of you.
Here comes the dollar yen. Here comes the dollar yen all the way back to home base.
Uh-oh.
Back to the congestion. Back to the round. The trade's over. Next drama moment. Where's the next?
Next drama is London closing in 20 minutes. I got to go get the girls from their swimming class.
I'm selling more NASDAQ. Selling more NASDAQ. Getting ready to
it's
sell
coming
more
up there. It's
NASDAQ.
going to hit. It hasn't hit the round number here on the S&P. So they pretty much work at the same upping gourmet speed. So once it hits the round
One
3,900,
more run.
it'll go. It'll get
Yeah,
there.
it's the closing floor there on the 1 hour chart.
The one
It's
standard
the exact
deviation.
closing floor. I'm going to put some more in there.
Exactly.
It's too much fun.
No, they all line up. Brother, you can call it what you want, but I agree with you. To obfuscate the whole situation like ICT and some of these mumsers is really cruel. Just make it simple. Keep it plain. Speak normal English.
Yeah,
if
buy
you
low,
can,
sell
right?
high. How low is low, and how many tickets are you putting in? So the size of the position is never discussed with ICT. It's just ridiculous.
It's horrible.
Look at
which
this
is
euro's
horrible.
about to crash into my bank. I say bring it. I'm loading the wagon on a plunge back into fair value on my euro pairs. Go for a dead cat
You're gonna have
bounce
a
there.
drop. You're gonna have a drop for London.
Dollar is
and then it's
screaming
gonna
up,
climb
man.
again.
Dollar is screaming, and they're backing off my stocks. I just got filled on another ticket.
Nice.
This could be a triple banger here.
I
Pretty
mean, for some
frisky up
people,
there.
especially like trading these like large position sizes at one thing, I think it's better to find the kind of trading size and stuff, you're going to cause you the least amount of bloody stress, really. As far as like
Sure.
your
Right,
ability to kind
right.
of hold on to it, right?
So yeah, I think actually if you had if you traded like so somebody who's never traded scalped or anything like that, you told them we're going to risk $10 per trade to make possibly $5. Are you okay with that? But you got like a 60% chance of being right or a 70% chance of being right. And you're only going to do like so maybe 2 trades a day. That's $20 maximum risk. But you might make $10 for risking 20. And because you never want to oversell it. You never want to say, well, you can get these great ratios and well, fuck, by the time you get stopped out 10 times with your 10 pip stop because you think you see a Gartley pattern, you know. So there's those two worlds, you know, the world of like just like if you were showing somebody who never traded, I would never show them a 10 pip stop and say, yeah, for $1 a trade, you can make $10 with the 101. This is going to be 100 pips with a 10 pip stop. Yes, that does happen when the news comes out. There's those windows where the market spikes down into this amazing 15 pip window and it rips up 80 pips north after it's up to you to put the order banks in there, put all those guys in and stack them up meticulously like you're building a trap for a special animal. And this isn't just a bear trap. This is all these. You got a scalp built in there in case it crushes. It does a dead cat bounce and crushes through. And now you've got, hey, at least you bank something on the scalp. So you have to build that all. It has to all be built in. So most of your time is spent laying in the lattice that you're going to get triggered by the market gushing through your trade plan. You just have to, and then you just tally up all the tickets you got on the table. Pretty easy, right? But people say, well, no, I see this pattern, so I'm all in, and they never look at how much it's going to cost them for the trade.
They can't trade all in.
Or they're trading at an indicator.
Too tight. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, well, for some of it, or they end up at the end of the day, they break even, they're kind of treading water. Not everybody's blowing up their account.
When they say
that,
key to success.
It's not fair to say. Well, I don't know how many retail traders are treading water, but when they say these traders lose, they put $100 in an account. The broker platform is set for a standard lot. If you don't know what you're doing, the first choice is a standard lot. We got $100 in the account, dude. 10 pips against you, bye-bye account. So that's why they're coming.
That. But that's also on the side of the brokers. They don't care.
Well, they're setting it like that because they're assuming you're going to trade demo first and figure it out. And they honestly don't care. Actually, all brokers, here's the standard. MT4 standard is, the template is 4 currency pairs, the majors. And so it's just going to be dollar Swiss, dollar yen, the British pound, and the euro. And then you got this canned moving average systems, and all the symbols are on, and everything's set to full tilt like standard Lotville. That's the default for every download, every platform you download. It's crazy.
That's not giving you even a fighting chance, but
listen, I guess. Who's going to put real money in without running the demo first?
Well,
I mean, they have the choice of a demo or real money. That's the gateway when you get to the broker. If you're so fucking retarded, you're going to trade with real money, then okay, you get what's coming to you. I don't know what to tell you.
Right on. I got you.
It's in your hands now. You're the goober, super goober now. Dollar yen's backing off. Euro's going up again, trying to make a run for it.
For the border.
But no, the brokers, they want you to win, dude, because they want you to be a returning client. They want you to blow up the account. How much money do they make from you? Nothing.
Well, actually, I tend to disagree with you on that, man. I think that the brokers want to make sure that you have at least 2 months worth of playing time.
Well, no, they're not giving you 2 months. If they set the standard lots, and you open up they're inviting you to open a $50 account and you trade with standard lots, what do you think's going to happen?
Oh no, they're trying to get rid of you in 1 minute. I get that. But
no, they're not trying to get rid of you. No.
Okay.
No, they just don't. they don't care that the platform's set to a standard lot. They probably don't. They just like, yeah, duh. Besides, when you go to hit that button, you got to subscribe now to one-click trading. Yeah, people were blowing up their accounts. They fixed that problem. You got to say, I'm up for one-click trading. I'm that guy. So no, the brokers are not out to get you. They want to make money from you. I'm not a victim.
No, I didn't mean to say that they're out to get you. I think that they want you to play as long as possible. So
oh, absolutely.
I think they're going to make sure that you're staying in the game. And
well, that's why they're giving you immense leverage.
Day, you open up an account with 5 Gs. It's supposed to last you at least a quarter of a year before you blow up, as an idea. But
well, the whole point is leverage because they're giving you leverage for a price.
Yeah, this is the problem now. They're giving way too much leverage.
No, that's not the problem. That's the good part. That's why people come there. Okay. Dude, if you've got 10 grand and you're going to trade in the States at 50 to 1 leverage, which is better than Europe, they went full nanny state, 30 to 1 leverage. Right. What's the fucking point?
Gotcha.
Like, how's a guy going to take 2 grand and turn it into 10 grand in 2 months? He can't, like,
possible.
He can't. Yeah. He can't do it. So you use leverage. I mean, standard is 500 to 1.
Listen, this is I'm sorry.
500 to 1
this
standard.
Is kind of new to me. I never heard of 500 to 1 leverage. This is like, what are
you
talking
about? Dude, I can get
about?
3,000 to 1 right now. I just have to hit a button.
Are you out of your marbles? What are you talking about?
Dude, you can get 2,000 to 1,000 to 1. I know 40 brokers that have 1,000 to 1 leverage.
You're kidding me, man? I swear to God, I think you're pulling my leg.
Well, if you have an Android phone, just download MetaTrader and open up and look for a broker. And you'll see how many brokers there are in that platform. Download
there's got to be 1,000, I would imagine, by now.
Yeah, probably at least 1,200. When I started, there was 250 because I did a search. There was these engines where you could search. I don't know if it's still there, but it was Forex Broker. Kind of like list or shootout, so to speak, and who has the best spreads and who has the best. Right now, Cedar FX has literally no commission and like the lowest spreads. So.
Wow. So they're good.
That's what I hear. I mean, it looks good to me.
But are you going to get filled? I mean, are they going to play games with?
Oh God, dude! I mean, stop it! Stop it! Stop! I mean, what are you worried? What else can you worry about?
I don't care.
Dude, you wouldn't care. Are you going to get filled? Yes, you're going to get filled. Of course. How could they have a fucking brokerage firm on the internet? They would get so many bad fucking votes on Peace Army. They would just rip them apart, man. You can't do that. Those days are gone. You can't get away with that shit. The reason why people sign up with ICT because they love his persona.
No, yeah,
it's not about the trading.
It never was.
I don't know. Order blocks.
Yeah, that's kind of strange. No, learning. Thank you, man. Thanks for the insights.
No,
I mean,
forex
that's
is
his
the whole
selling point, really, isn't it? It's he appeals to the people who think everyone's out to get them. You know.
What is that guy?
So he's revealing the inside secrets. Let me show you, everyone's out to get you. Like, yeah, I knew something was wrong.
The institutional guys sit back with their arms folded, smoking a cigar, and they're hunting your stops. They're hunting your stops. I mean, that's what people want to hear.
Account, well, they're in
God,
smoking
Bitcoin's
the cigars.
finally
Like, this
making a
guy's
move
opened a
here.
new MetaTrader account. What can we do to get that money?
I see what we'll do. Yeah, that's it. We'll trick them. First, we'll sell off Bitcoin. Look at Bitcoin's making a run for it again, man. Bitcoin refuses to be denied its place in the retrace of the stock market's going through the roof. Yeah, stock's up. Stock's up big time here. Man, look at this. The Australian dollar's on the edge of the abyss. It's about to crush north for 100 pips here. Stepping into the weekly windows now. Yeah, the guy that was on the call. So there was a guy that was on the call, and he was talking about, I think he was short pound Swiss, and I'm like, holy shit, that thing's done. Like, it's got, so I don't know how long he was holding that trade. You can't just you can't just stop at these markets and go, yeah, I'm going to take a position and let it ride. My God, these things are making 100 pip slam moves all the time.
Right. Too volatile to play with this
I'm finally getting
Without knowing
filled
what
on
you're
my
doing.
CAD trade. Now I'm super short stocks, and I'm super long the dollar. And I'll be super short euro if it goes up.
Nice.
Just right through the floor there. 5 minutes before 11.
And London's going to close. They're going to bring it down a bit. Back to 10:30.
Plenty of tickets to fill. I put in the heavy hitters. I literally put 100. I put 80 pip stops, and I put 50 pip stops in here. So we just go underwater now. It's not so bad, actually. The margin requirement's not that bad.
Speaking of like London, that I don't know if you've seen it, Nate, but I had a rewatch of that $1 Million Traders show that was filmed here a couple of days ago. That is just, it's good. It's a great watch if you haven't seen it. I think you've mentioned it in previous ones, Simpleton, but I'm not
Who's
sure
that?
if Nate has seen it before. That BBC series, $1 Million Trade.
I think I heard about that. They take people in off the street kind of routine. Can you
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
with
yeah.
that Anton Creel or something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
That's something else.
it's a great watch if you haven't seen it.
Well, they make this girl cry because she blew
why
up the
not?
account, and they made her
Drama.
cry.
We need
They told her
drama.
she had to leave right now, and she had to pack up her. Well, there was one guy who wouldn't put a trade on, and he finally put a trade on. So I've seen that before when I went to this meeting, psychological trading thing, and these people showed up, and the one guy was a soybean trader, and he said that the guys in the office, he was in a prop firm or a brokerage firm or something, and he said that people would walk by him and go, aren't you going to put a trade on? What the fuck, man? And he wouldn't put a trade on. He put a really selective trader, you know.
Sure.
He'd make money, but, you know, people kind of wanted somebody to be in a trade with them, so they'd be like, come on, man, get some skin in the game here. And I can
Weird.
understand that. Come on, man.
Almost like
They
they
wanna
want you
take
to
on-
it's
they
almost
wanna
like
take
if
on
they don't
corn
wanna- They want to
pop.
lose with you. If they're going to lose and win with you, they're going to win. So
Yeah, at least there's some type of some buying new lows here. Taking out the low of the day, low of the week. So far, dollar CAD melting down into the abyss
Get
severely.
filled on something.
I just got re-racked. I just re-racked everything on that micro.
Man, look at the 5-minute chart. It's just a complete bloodbath.
Whew.
80 pip stops now.
Crazy. Crazy town. Crazy train. Ozzy Osbourne.
Selling all the way into the top tick Tommy of NASDAQ.
Oh, I
here.
can see what you're doing. I'm going the other way, but that's okay. Someone's got to go long and someone's going short, so it's amazing.
Yeah, I'm buying the plunge on dollar. I'm selling the stock market rally. Although I think in the end the NASDAQ is gonna take out the high of yesterday and just keep going up. I'm just in it for the scalp.
He's got a
2 minutes before 11.
a little bit
We'll
more.
go to the 1 hour
room.
chart. I go to the half hour chart.
Let's see that.
See what kind of bounce we can get out of this.
Straight up.
Let's see.
Wow, dollar CAD never disappoints.
He's gonna-
What a
he's
giant
gonna-
mover.
Wow.
5-minute dollar CAD.
Plunge
Shorting
protection.
stocks, long the CAD. Seriously long CAD, seriously short stocks right now. 11 o'clock, go to the 1 hour chart. Straight down, screaming down. 2 hours straight down, CAD. 2 hours straight up, NASDAQ. It's a perfect world. Makes total sense. Euros just stumble bomb up there. All right, we're totally against the wind into 11 o'clock.
Bob Seger trade.
Yeah, I got to get a Bob Seger mock-up sample in the background, humming
Great.
against the
That would be
wind.
so funny. Against the wind.
That's when that robot
And he
runs. He
throws it
plays
up
that in the background.
Funny.
Because, you know, Bob says, when he drops another rack, because I'm running against the wind. I don't think he says, keep on
Against the
running.
wind. Yeah, you can actually keep on running. Exactly.
Keep on running. That's the
Drop
next rack that
one in.
drops. So it's per
The funny
song.
thing is that you can actually do it if you. I don't know how to do it, but I know that there's a way to do that maneuver, where you can actually put in those sound files you were talking about. I'm like, that's perfect. Yeah, they're going to take out the. They're going to take out the monthly high. Looks like.
So this is pretty good for traders. I think it seems like yesterday. That's how it starts out. It was long ago, especially in the 5-minute chart. I think it was.
Okay.
The euro was looking lovely. She was the queen of my nights. There in the darkness with the radio playing low.
Oh man.
And the secrets that we shared. In the mountains that we moved. In the grids that we moved. Yeah, I'm going to have to adapt this. I have to make the Mad Magazine version of this one. Total crush of dollar CAD. Total rally of NASDAQ through the roof.
Well, NASDAQ's flying to the monthly high, I can assure you. You're going to get the top tick Tommy at the monthly high.
I'm buying the euro pound on a pullback. Euro pound's coming back to the boring fair value.
Okay.
I'm ready to buy the dollar yen when it crashes here. If the dollar CAD keeps going down, the dollar yen should follow a little bit. Yeah, Bob didn't write running with the wind, did he? So
Against
apparently
the wind,
he was also probably having one of those. That was early in his career. He probably was, going against everything.
Sure, he was playing music that most people were listening to Led Zeppelin and stuff like that. So he was,
He was a little more country. I
rock and roll.
mean, Against the Wind's kind of a country. It's like a folk song. It's like folk music, rock, folk music, really. Down on Main Street has got to be like
a great
the
song
best
too.
song
There's a
I
lot
think
of
he
great,
ever did.
He wrote a
But
lot of great songs. All jokes aside.
also a big cokehead, cocaine freak.
Well, that was the drug of the time, right? I mean, they were all into it.
He lives over.
Marvin
He lives
actually emceed the show
lives
for the
over
Rolling
here.
Stones. Remember the
I know
Stones? They got
somebody.
popped in Toronto.
Yeah, no,
What?
he's a somebody. So he had a party at his house a few years ago. It was in the papers, and so the kids came over. His kids are grown up now. And they came over, and some of the kids stole his guitars.
Uh-oh.
So they had to hunt down the kids. Bring back Bob's guitar, please.
Yeah, we're going to make a run. Okay, I'm going to put all my orders up. And then go pick up the ladies.
Sell.
What would
Buy,
be the
buy,
Jerry
buy,
Lewis
buy,
trade? Now, while we're on the topic of different types of trading styles, what's the Jerry Lewis trade? From the professor to the nerd?
Nutty professor.
What's that trade going to be?
I don't know.
Right?
Nutty professor.
Yeah, what's the nutty professor trade?
I think the
That's
Hey
what I'm
Lady.
looking
It's gonna be Hey Lady.
for. Hey, lady, here you
Yeah,
go.
that's a shorter sample. So when you pull the trigger on that,
Huh?
that's a shorter sample. That takes into account the spasmodic version of him.
The markets are spasmodic. If you don't get that part of it, then watch a few Jerry Lewis movies. It'll make sense. That makes sense to you. Oh fuck! I'm loaded up
Top
too
Tick
much.
Tommy
Okay.
going after the high of the week on
Oh, they're
NASDAQ.
gonna go for the monthly high, man. I gotta go pick up
I
the
think I'm
girls.
gonna buy at the
so I
market
will
here on the
catch you
dollar.
guys
CAD's a buy
in
at the
about
market. Oh my
15.
god.
See you later.
I think I'll buy at the market here. Still dripping down. 11:05. 5-minute chart. Go to the 5-minute chart here. Boy, that euro dollar's just stalled out. It's dazed and confused. That's better that way because it's kind of coiling up. It's either distribution or reaccumulation. Either it's going to go higher or go lower. I got a 75 pip window around it, so anything above or below, I'm going to go the other way. Oh, okay. Yeah, so what's this guy? The bank guy must be making some kind of... That's what everybody's worried about on why the euro's just kind of hung up. We're waiting for the... It's hung up in midair there, so... On the 4-hour chart, it looks like totally stalled out at that order block.
That's not for a few hours, though, right? The
It takes so long. These swing trades take so long to pay off. The more tickets I put on this currency pair, the harder it is to manipulate the chart because it has to repaint all the graphics from all the tickets I got in there. Just too many tickets. Super overloaded that window, though. People always think the market's done going down. Doesn't seem to ever be done going down until it's done going down. Usually by the end of the day.
always one more
Well,
push.
Euro's itching to pop up there. It's all the sell windows. There's always one more shoe to drop. Kerplunk. All right, look at that. Dollar CAD is deep discount. Trapped under the floor of the day now. Nasdaq's screaming north. Wow.
Have you ever kind of experimented with hedging both ways on these sorts of moves? Like kind of selling into plunges and that sort of thing? Even kind of...
Yeah. Well,
I kind of find it difficult to do, but then sometimes
I think on the 5-minute chart, if I had my finger on the trigger on the 5-minute chart, I'd do it. But then again, you can't. You have to be in the 1-minute chart for Nasdaq. Look at Nasdaq; it's just screaming north so hard that for you to make $20 every minute, you could make $20 a minute if you're chasing the Nasdaq as it goes up, 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 up. So it's going up right now. Or you're going to swing trade into it, sell into that, or sell strength by weakness. That's like buy low, sell high strategy in a sense.
I mean, sometimes when we're kind of like approaching a floor, and you think, there's a high likelihood.
Yeah, that's right.
Feel that it's going to go through the floor.
Yeah, that's right. I guess if you really wanted to be like the guy that's like taking advantage of. So you have this one girl that comes over because she's really good at making dinner, but she's only over for an hour. Then the girl that's really good at like snuggling while you watch a chick flick, and maybe you can molest her. She's going for a 3-hour slot. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Yeah. But then again, you want the conflict of like, The movie girls are early in the make dinner girls running a little late because she
Yeah,
dropped
for
something
sure.
in the kitchen, and then so I guess to keep your brain uncluttered, a lot of people just hell, a lot of people are sitting there waiting for their Gartley patterns to match up.
I mean, sometimes you feel like, okay, if I deploy these kind of, uh, 10 to make 20 tickets, then and we're floating above a floor, I think I only need it to be kind of 33% likelihood
Right.
that we're going to go through that floor for this to be profitable. I think surely there's
Yeah, if I have a scalp like a target that's like almost where my entries are, that's I did a few trades like that once, where I was handing it off to the next bank, thinking about, well, I'm going to cash out, so I'm just going to get right back in the other way. So if you would have take the dollar CAD through the floor there, that's true in about you up about 20 to 30 pips right now in a very short period of time.
yeah, sure.
So it was a decision to say that my first ticket there is underwater, and the grids I dropped here, there's no way they can stop me out. The account would blow up before they stop me out. I can't say that for NASDAQ because I'm not a NASDAQ trader, but I am today just for the scalps. But there, the dollar CAD under the floor, and that closed down the half hour, 5 minutes after the bottom of the hour. So now we're 11 minutes in. Here comes the 10-minute bots. So this one last smash down, you're already up in 10 minutes. You're up above that. So now you got to come back all the way and take out all this structure, so to speak, these lows. You got to crush through that. Take that out. A lot of people are going to cash out here. But on the big picture, the big swing trading ideas that you're going to load the wagon here and dump everything at the round number, so you're going to make 100 pips. Buying in a 40 pip window, I guess if you martingale in and you really get all your heavy tickets are at the edge of the day. So these are your lost leaders. You're going to go underwater. The swing trades you expect to go underwater, but the scalpers, let's see if they've scalped out yet. So go to the 5. The top of that box is where they would get out. We haven't quite hit it. So the 1-minute chart. So you got to make it back to the top of that box, at least for the scalp. Otherwise, they could just keep tanking. It looks like they're going to pull it down. I'll get to buy some more of this dollar yen now. I'm going to buy the euro to the pound if it drops 20 pips. I guess I'm just going to sell that euro tonight if it goes popping up into the high of the day. It's a 5-minute CAD. Deep in the abyss. Took out the low of the previous day. Come flying back. 15-minute chart's about to update. To jump through the floor here. So you would have, I guess the best place to sell this would have been for the trend traders, is this bottom becomes the top. If you pull the trigger here on the 15, yeah, you could ride that down. You're like, it's going into the abyss. Sure. That's about, about an hour? You made how many pips there? It's 40 pips, Pretty fast.
as you say, not to get confused. I think I'd have to
But it
put
would
it
be
into
hard
like
to
a robot.
psychologically switch your brain to saying, yeah, I know I'm going to short
Yeah,
this, but then I'm going to
that's what I mean.
load the wagon below this low of the day. I guess you could do it. That is the why trading's difficult, because the guy that can short into the target of your entry window. But it is a lot of stress for people, so they say, well, I'll do one price pulse. I'm just going to do one move. Like a lot of those, that's why I always make fun of the empowered trading guys, because they would wait for like right now, they're waiting for the market to come back to the floor to go short, right? They're not going to short here, and they're not even going to buy here. They wouldn't buy here, but they would short at the 40 pips above when it comes back, and it becomes a trend trade. Supposedly a trend trade, right? Because it's coming back to the moving average or something.
Yeah.
So my head would explode thinking, who's waiting for that entry? My God, with the patience of these people. They're too patient.
I think if I was to try something out like that, I would trade the normal way I'm doing on the limits, and then maybe deploy a bot at a certain time to kind of handle that kind of micromanagement.
Yeah, there's workarounds for, these situations, because everybody has a psychological hang up, so they have to find a workaround. So for me, it was the limits, because I thought every time I trade at the market, I fucking get killed. Like, I think, no, it's not the bottom. So I'd buy into a plunge at the market thinking, man, what a great price. What a great price. Fuck. It's still dropping? So then I said, every time I bought at the market and they stopped me out, or I started losing money, I said, well, obviously the better price is below me. So I had to walk around talking to myself like that. The better price is below me. Just put a limit in. And that started to work out, because if you're a buyer, it's going to get cheaper.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a seller, it's going to go higher. So at the moment you decide you want to sell, like the bias appears to you at 6 in the morning after you did all your research and check zero hedge. I'm bearish today. Okay, so you have a bias. So do you just, when the market opens, just hit the sell button? Well, fuck no. You're probably going to wait for it to go higher on some fib level, maybe, if you have some kind of edge where you're going to at least get a better price than just pulling the trigger blindly because you have a sell bias. But look, people would say, well, why don't you just sell? Fuck, you're bearish. What does it matter? Get in there. So how you get in, like how you get in the jump rope determines whether you're going to kill the jump rope. But of course, these analogies don't work, because you're not affecting the market. Your ticket's invisible. You're on a broker's platform. The real market can't even see your ticket. It's not like the bankers are looking at your fucking rack going, oh yeah, wait till we stop this fucker out. You're just trading spot. You're trading a derivative on a broker's platform. So what? You're getting paid if you know what you're doing. I mean, you're making money if you know what you're doing. Just like anything else. It's like off-Broadway. Off-Broadway people are making money. They're not on Broadway. So
it's like this is the thing with kind of like confirmation, isn't it? I remember watching that $1 Million Traders and that sort of thing, and he says to the guy something along the lines of like he was looking to sell some stock, and he's saying okay, if you're not going to pull the trigger now, would you pull it in an hour when the price goes lower? And the guy's like, yes. So he's like, so why don't you just sell now?
Right. Well, that is the question, because so if you're spending money on commissions and spread and stuff like that, or you're thinking, well, I have a long-term time horizon, most people don't know how long they want to be in the trade. If you want to be in the trade for 4 hours, it's different than 4 days. You have to dial the size down for 4 hours. Get a reasonable size going.
I like this.
Finally up on a ticket
kind of,
here. Wow.
Looks like the old visualizations on like Windows Movie Maker, not Media Player, not Movie Maker, on the bottom of your stream.
Yeah, I built this. So what I did is I made a video, And to make it fit into the banner size, I rendered it down in my software, and it gave me a movie with a super letterboxed fucking output. I didn't want that. I wanted it to actually give me a movie in that format. So then I had to fucking take a screen capture of the fucking movie I made and record that. I could not get it to render into that small spot. And then I realized you could stretch it, but that was too late by then. There's a transform inside of OBS you're able to stretch stuff, so.
Yeah, so yeah.
But yeah, that was a lot of panning, so that was built inside of elements. They give you elements of stuff, and I wanted to make some. That's actually the background. It's about 120-minute movie of just nonsense like that, but not this clip. This clip's only a short one. Well, the storm is come and gone, and the bulls are coming back to the CAD just in time for my S&P to back off the top tick Tommy window. I guess resistance is real. Support is just below support. I still think they want to rip this puppy through the roof, but oof, inverted hammer on the half-hour NASDAQ. Ouch. That looks very bearish. It does seem like the market's out to get you, though. I can understand the paranoia.
I think a lot of the time it's just kind of, it feels like it's pushing your pain threshold, really, especially when you're buying into these plunges. It's like, the time that you're like, oh, it's just going down too far. So that's the time it turns around.
Yeah, certainly if you get in too early.
Where you got that pain.
I always think, man, I should have put my orders deeper. So that's the big, I guess, the patience factor, because usually you don't see, until 9:30 in the morning, you don't see these markets actually bottom out. So there's a run from, say, Asia till the opening of the U.S. market, and if you plotted that, it's almost like like if you made a straight line between those two, you'd go, wow, that's a great trade. But there's so many times it spikes up above Asia and rips below Asia. In other words, yeah, that might be the destination by the time U.S. markets open. But there's a lot of up and down until you get that. It's at least 4 hours away. 6 hours till stocks open. It's about 6 hours from 6 or 7 hours from European London open. I think it's an hour. I think Europe opens before London by an hour. So you got 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 a.m. and then the wheels come off. News comes out. The most violent I've seen. So one time I was trading the euro, and they came out with the euro rate. Oh my God, the bid rate or something? Holy shit, I didn't know it was coming out. That was crazy. You talk about 120 pips up and down, just berserk.
Oh, yeah.
That was about 2 years ago, but it was the bid. It was like, it comes out at like some odd time, like 7:45 instead of 8. And it's just nuts. Or it's like 7:15 in the morning.
I think I might have been trading that day. I seem to remember like around that time period. It's like it just happened so quick. It's like,
yes, it was a blink of an eye, and I really was like, I was just dumbfounded. I was like, what the fuck? Then I went to the and I go, that would be a big deal. It was going to be like, well, like here's the rate. I think they call it bid something. And then, oh, gee, that's a rocker. Let's put that in my watch list. I don't even know what the yearly calendars. I'm not a news guy, but I should probably look at how often is it every 3 months they come out with these quarterly reports. I suppose the big news, I mean the quarterly reports and stuff. Big postage stamp. Big time stamp on the whole world. Gosh, it's getting all quiet now.
Yeah.
I guess the
I mean,
explosion's over.
yes. Similarly with this though, I think I remember seeing from like the various kind of FX Blue accounts that you've posted. It seems to be kind of a lot of your kind of trade ideas usually take, somewhere between kind of 9 and 12 hours for the kind of full resolution, really.
Yeah.
It's like usually it usually goes into the next day, as far as kind of what I've seen.
And those are bad ratios, actually. I mean, I'm scalping it for the high probability. I'm sure that if I was to sit back, I was long the NASDAQ. If I would have managed the trade, so I was long NASDAQ from yesterday's close. So it's $200 per 1K. It was in 20K. So if I was going to hold that whole thing, I mean, that's a lot of money. But I'm not doing that trade. Typically, I'll just get out in about 4 hours.
So yeah.
I mean, look at this thing.
So
this is crazy.
Your current account is like 2.2 hours is your average trade length, but bit in and out on these ones. But yeah, I seem to remember them.
Yeah, I think a lot of that's NASDAQ because the NASDAQ, I would actually hold this dollar CAD a lot longer than the NASDAQ because the dollar CAD would be my big swing trading winner that has this is the 4-hour or even the daily CAD chart. So in the daily time frame of CAD, which this is considered a pullback, I suppose, in an uptrend on a daily. Came all the way back to the beginning of the month. Amazing. Giant yeah, this is a real smash, a real test today. We take out the low from 2 days ago. You're under the floor from way back here now. And it's still tank a little bit into the end of the day. I mean, it's quite a...
For sure. Like I said, there's like red CAD news tomorrow throughout the day. So I think you probably won't see the resolution really until then.
Unless there's... I think what's possible is there's a short squeeze to here so people square off their positions before the news comes out, and then you crush down again when the news comes out.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like people might be like, well, we got a good price here. Let's ride it to the close of day here. We'll go flat. Everybody's going to scalp out. I suppose the day traders are going to get out here. Anybody that's doing what I'm doing is going to get out along the way, which is the first target's going to be this 1 hour low, and people are probably gonna cash out of that. I would certainly. It makes sense. Let's change the color of this guy. It's too insane. In the red zone. I think that's red. I'm colorblind. That could be brown. I have to ask Windows. Yeah, that's brown. Looks red to me. Oh well. So this is the bottom tick Betty window. Oh shit. Wow, that's Dodger blue, but it doesn't show it because I'm on top of brown. Okay. Yeah, the market structure is just such a serious situation. And, the ratios are mind-blowing, aren't they? Like, if you look at this, some of these entry windows, look at selling the top of this thing up at the top of that 1 hour chart, my lord. Imagine you sold up here. Like, Jesus, I'm up on that trade. I mean, I'm presupposing you held through the whole crush. NASDAQ's going after the high of the day. There you go. It's going to be a blowout. Put my Sells up here. 200 pip stops. $200 stops. So in the daily, the Nasdaq's just itching to plow north here and just go nuts. And there'll be a million sellers, people dumping up there, that's for sure. The euro's backing off a little bit. It's about time. I'm trying to buy the euro if it plunges below the round number now for tonight. Some 3-hour trades in. Okay, the dollar CAD on the 15. We just updated the half-hour charts. I'm looking for a hammer and an engulfing pattern, or I refuse to buy.
I mean, that sort of confirmation, you've missed the trade by that point. That's the end result of kind of what happened. It's not any indication of what's going to happen next, really, is it?
Yeah, especially if you're waiting for the 4-hour hammer on the. You're like, yeah,
for sure.
I just don't think. Oh, I don't know. It's not really.
And it's like Mark Douglas was saying in that seminar. He's like, the success of your trade is dependent on other traders coming in behind you then afterwards.
Right. Yeah, you need a reach around. Somebody's got to help you. That's in my advanced mentorship is the turtle soup reach around. This is turtle soup right here, according to ICT. This what's going on here in this. Doesn't get any more turtle soup than that. Uh-oh, there goes the NASDAQ. Sell, sell, sell. She's going for making a run for the border. It's like illegal aliens here, right there. Look at this shit.
It looks expensive to trade this NASDAQ.
Oh, they're just killing me. Every ticket I've been stopped out of. Yeah, they're charging me $60 a ticket. Plus, it's like $60 I'm losing per ticket. Put $60 stops on it. Look at the 5-minute reaching into my limits. My lord. It's time to put some scalps in here. Just trying to make $30 now. I'm counting on the CAD to bail me out. Yeah, who buys here? Well, I got confirmation. I'm buying right there with a buy stop because it's finally engulfed, see? Always wait for confirmation. Always wait till you see her credit score before you marry her. Man, she's hot, but yeah, look at her credit score. I don't know. Her social credit score said she's a slut, but I kind of like a girl that's easy. So I'm torn about my choice for my life mate. My soulmate is a slut. What am I going to do? I hate when that happens. But she was so hot. A little clingy. She wanted to put my shoes on. I got a live
Wearing
one.
those shoes?
She wants
With
to take
that
my
outfit?
shoes off. She lets me put them on, but she wants to take my shoes off.
Boy.
That's my. I went back on Match.com. I put a picture of me from 30 years ago, and I said explicitly that if you don't let me take off my own shoes, we can't go out on a date. All the pro tips I learned from Johnny. I guess she had a foot fetish. I'm gonna just Amber. So I won't. Amber won't apply. Look at this NASDAQ. It's filling the vacuum right now. It's going psycho
I told
north.
you, it's coming up to the monthly, for sure. For sure the monthly.
The monthly.
Go to July 4th.
No, you got
I
to take
think,
out the
was
high of last
monthly
month
high.
here. Got to take out the high of last
Yes.
month. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here's the big vacuum up here now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, stocks are probably up 300. Dow's probably up 500 right now. I didn't look. In the cash market. Dow's up 500, yeah. 540. Sure. Uh-oh, sugar high. Uh-oh, there's resistance up here. Ruh-roh. Sell, sell, sell.
Okay, so one MES contract is $1.25 per tick, which is $5 per point, and you got to pay back about one tick. So that's kind of like, I guess, a 5-pip target in the forex world. Is that what we're saying? Like $5?
5 pips. Yeah, that's standard lot. That's $5.
I'm just trying to equivocate
What?
them, if it's possible.
Oh, 5 pips? What do you mean, the cost of the trade? Just the cost of commissions and spread, or?
No, I mean, if your target is let's say 1 point on the micro E-mini, you're looking at $5 if you get the point.
Oh, is it? Okay.
And that's kind of, I'm looking at, maybe that's like 10, maybe 5 pips or 10 pips traveling to make the $5. I'm trying to map it out in my head.
In what size? What size of forex?
This is the part that, yeah, I have no idea what size. That's my problem.
Okay, so $5 would be a 50 pip stop and a 1K.
Gotcha.
$5 is a 50 pip stop and a 1K.
Okay.
So if you go to a 2K, that's why the $5 drops that are calibrated for just $5 of risk. So it's a $5 stop on a 5K. It's a $10 pip stop on a 5K, all the way up to a 1K position. $5, 50 pip stop. And targets, of course. And that's just the risk side of the world.
Yeah, I'm going.
And how
only
much
going
is your
for,
profit?
For 1 point, let's call it.
Yeah,
You know.
that's pretty tough.
So how
Well-
far does it got to travel for a 1K to make $5? Is what,
50
I guess is my
pips,
question.
50 pips.
Worded.
50 pips. A half a
50?
penny.
Wow.
50
Okay.
pips, yeah. In a 1K, yeah. So
Okay.
standard lot would be $500. A mini is going to be 50. You know, on and on. $1 million position is going to be $5,000, I think. That's 10 standard lots.
Probably, yeah.
So yeah.
Wow.
Of course, then you know you're worried about the spread and all that stuff. I suppose at those numbers. Of course, maybe not. Maybe it's a $100,000 account.
Is there anyone that has a $100,000 account at one of these brokers overseas? I wouldn't leave my money there.
Oh, I suppose. You know, why not?
Not that much.
I don't know. I've never had a problem getting my money out. So, I mean, if you're afraid of that, you're probably
No,
wearing,
I'm
you're
not
probably
afraid of
wearing a
that. I'm just
mask.
afraid of size. I'm afraid of size of how much to put into each account, so to speak.
Yeah, well, why would you even have it in there unless you're using it? Like, so if you're using it for margin requirement, I get it. Yeah, why would you park your money there? Although some brokers pay interest.
Okay.
In the currency that back in the day, if you parked your money and didn't trade it, the broker would pay you the interest.
Lovely.
Yeah, some brokers pay you for parking your money there, yeah. But now the interest rates, now that it's the race to the bottom and it's quantitative easing, I don't think, maybe they probably don't have that offer anymore, but.
Right.
Stocks are backing off. Backing off the sugar high. A lot of range trading going on. Yeah, 235, some guy's supposed to talk.
Okay.
Did the British pound go nuts on the news when this guy spoke? What did he say? Did it rock the British pound? I didn't look at it. British pound doesn't give a shit. It's just sitting there.
No.
Stuck at the highs.
It's just kind of floating around.
No, it doesn't care. Australian
Doesn't care
dollar's got
anymore.
more drama. Between the CAD and Australian dollar, there's more thrills and spills. Wow. I'm finally up $20 on a NASDAQ trade. Well, that took a while. That took all day. I think what it was is some of the big boys, some of these institutional traders were listening in what I said about the inverted hammer on the 15-minute chart, because I think they watch my stream. I'm just saying. And I think they're selling with me now. I see a Gartley pattern. I see a top tick Tommy.
The top tick Tommying for sure today.
Now we
They're
gotta
gonna bring it
crush
down.
this window. Make some kind of money back. God, I lost $500 on that damn trade. I believe I let you guys talk me into selling that NASDAQ. Yeah, go ahead, sell. No, it looks like it's topping out. Thanks. Thanks a lot. I tell my wife about the college fund. That kids will just go to community college. The drugs are better anyways there. So
Let them learn to trade. Absolutely.
yeah, learn how to mow a lawn. That's what I did.
Yeah, I did painting. I washed cars. I mean, you got to do everything in this life just to see what it's about.
Yeah, learn how to weave a basket. That's what I'm going to send my kid, a basket weaving. German basket weaving. Very precise baskets.
They only made it one size fits all. I had a friend of mine who
See
moved
a
to California.
If I had a
He came back with
hammer,
the whole.
I'd scalp
Yeah,
in the
if I had a hammer, I'd
morning.
get-
If I had a hammer, I'd scalp in the evening. Look at this hammer. Dual hammers on the 30, man. I'm getting very excited about my Canadian hammers. on
It's
the
hammer
30.
time.
It is hammer time.
Do. There you go. Give me a bass line. You can do that bass line and just throw it in as a sound. It's hammer time.
Can't stop this. Do. This is where I'm going to have to refer to my celestial signals. I need to go to the Aquarius.
Jupiter.
I have to break out my Aquarius algorithm and take a look, see if the Jupiters and Mars. I forgot to see where the Canadian dollar sits because I'm doing celestial planetary observations from Canada to U.S. I'm blending those two numbers. I'm coming up with a formula
Both.
based on yes.
Yep.
Because I watched the guy in the planetary thing, and I noticed he was hemming and hawing whether or not he was going to go this way or that way. And he said that I could rebuild it because if I'm on the 5-minute chart, that the crosswinds of the interplanetary cosmic debris is such that I will get a better entry maybe on the 15-minute chart. And I totally agree with him.
Wow.
Yeah, I totally agree with him.
Great.
Because looking at the planetary drift, I was like, it's like continental drift, but it's slower.
Okay.
But I told him I haven't even finished the mastering Rabinacci class, so I have to put the books are stacking up. I mean, the amount of material I need to learn to trade now has actually gotten bigger exponentially lately.
See, I got a book list that'll knock your socks off of stuff that I was reading.
Oh my God, I'm wearing fucking slippers. I refuse to wear socks because the slippers knock off easier now.
Okay.
How do you read the charts? Do you have chart glasses? I forgot to tell you, I offer charting glasses that have built-in Gartleys.
All you have to do is etch in like a grid.
Yeah.
Right? Throw them in front of the computer. Put on these glasses.
Like, yeah. What's your favorite pattern? What's your favorite pattern?
Like,
a triangle, or do you like a flag or a triangle, or do you like the cup and handle? You take glasses. You go to a dime store. You get glasses. Don't spend too much on this project, and you scratch the patterns into your glasses. You put them on, and this way, it's like a template. It's just don't wear them when you're driving. I say, listen,
don't drive with these.
Don't drive with these custom pattern glasses. So that's how you read the charts. Because here's the thing: if you scrape off the tint in a triangle formation, it will reveal the triangles. Now, this is also time frame dependent. It depends what time frame you're. Here's what I would do. I'd build some half-hour glasses that have half-hour patterns, and I would have the 4-hour chart glasses. You put those on. Make sure you're in the 4-hour chart because it really won't work.
Okay, I got you. Listen, you put a
smart glasses. They're smart glasses. It costs $300.
They're simpleton glasses.
Yeah,
and people walking around cross-eyed like in the jerk.
Right.
Right. That's too funny.
Hey, I've made so much money, but I can't drive my car anymore. I've distorted my retina. Everything looks like a pattern. I saw a Gartley on my girlfriend's ass, and I had to smack it. I said, "Do you mind if I spank that Gartley?"
For sure.
Actually, I made my wife get a Gartley tattoo on her thigh.
Nice.
Of a 618. Yeah, it's a bat wing. It's a bat pattern. I put a cipher, so I looked up when I was looking at this Gartley stuff. A cipher is not a real thing. Look, it's not a real word. Cipher pattern in Gartley. It's not a real word.
Yeah, that's too much.
Is that a Gartley, or are you just glad to see me?
Oh, is that a cup and a handle, or are you glad to see me? Which is more likely.
What's the other one? The Golden Cross, or the Death Cross.
Ooh.
The 100 Cross is the 200 moving average.
All jokes aside, you should maybe read up on this. It's very interesting. The Seleucian pirates that came from Persia, they had the skull and crossbones. It actually represented something because the obviously it's death, but the bones themselves are crossed at the 23.5 degree, whatever it is, celestial equator versus the Earth equator. Yeah, it's a 22.5 degrees to map out what was going on in the sky. So this is part of
like
Mithraism.
a Saxon, yeah.
Oh, for sure. And their idea was that you could actually beat Kronos. In other words, you're not a victim of fate, of where the stars were when you were born and all that stuff. You can actually change your fortune, change your
destiny's. The destiny idea to me is a real buzzkill because that means everything's spelled out and you have no choice. Yeah.
No, that's why you had the pirates.
There's this guy named Sam Harris who I just think is just full of shit all day long. He's not as bad as the sailor guy from Bitcoin, but you listen to Sam Harris.
Sailor's a riot. He's always going big, right?
He's always talking about these metaphors. Well, it's like if you have a house and it's got a digital basement, that's like Bitcoin. I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you talking? So this Sam Harris goes on philosophically. He starts just like he has the same problem. He starts a metaphor and he changes metaphors and analogies in the middle of the metaphor. He's searching for a better one. And okay, dude, you write books and shit. I can do that. You're not allowed to do that because you write books and shit, and you're like this big. And people read into what Sailor says just like they read into what your girlfriend says. I'm like, I think she likes me because she likes that music. No, she doesn't like you. She saw your wallet. She's just a climber, or whatever. But people want it to be true what he's saying. Oh, this guy knows shit. He doesn't know anything. This guy went long.
This guy's got to know what's going on for sure.
Well, in a sense, but did he make his money by just being hype? He goes on speaking tours. Like, is Bill Clinton really worth $200,000 to speak at your party for an hour? Well, I guess he's getting it. That's the rate. I mean, but is he? But what is what he's saying worth $200,000? Fuck no.
Of course not. But it's never been about that, man. It's always been about the grift.
So that was I find to be so funny.
I think most of my American friends understand that both parties are basically the same cocksuckers. So, choose your poison. This is going to change. I think the states are going to have to take a little bit more power for themselves to really just clamp down on stuff that makes sense. If you don't like the way we're running things, move.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the United States is that you can just secede if you don't like it, and they will. They will secede.
Why not? Texas is a
well,
republic.
they're gonna secede by virtue of just like they're just not going to participate.
Right. I don't know how it works with the Army and stuff like that because there's a lot of bases and Navy and shit like that. But I believe that the Army swears to defend the Constitution, not the president. So what do I know?
If I had a hammer. Yeah, so I'm almost got a hammer here. We got 9 minutes to get two dual hammers on the Dollar CAD. Half hour dual hammers setting up. When I see dual hammers, to me it's like double zeros on the roulette. I just go all in. I go double zero.
Sure.
Go all black on roulette.
I'm all black.
Black double zeros matter. Single and double zeros. What is the black bet? Is that the big winner?
As soon as that hammer is confirmed.
Yeah, I have to wait for confirmation. Always wait for confirmation. You remember what happened last time? You didn't wait, and so people attribute stuff that when you're first starting out trading, you probably like, oh gosh, can I trust my gut feeling? I always thought, well, maybe if I was a gut feeling trader, I wouldn't have to use technical analysis. I always had a gut feeling they were about to stop me out, though, and I was right about that. I think it's going to still go down. You're right. You're right along. Yeah, so why don't you jump on the short train? Of course, that's the argument. But if you're building a giant buy position, it's just not something you're going to do. It's like with the car analogy.
You want to play it, right? You got to choose the way you're going to play it.
It's like the dealership analogy. Why are you buying Coopers? My thing about buying the $10,000 Cooper used, parking $10,000 on 10 brokers around the United States and say, when the Cooper comes in, this is my limit order, buy me a Cooper. They're like, well, you should have bought the Cooper when they first came out. You could have got more for them. Dude, I'm on this side of the trade. Shut up, right? So, yeah, I could have been the guy that owned the Cooper dealership during the heyday, but like, remember the Hummers went in and out of fashion because everybody wanted a Hummer and the gas prices went up because we had another fucking idiot in there called Obama. So he ran the fucking gas through the roof on the 2008 crash. Like a fucking idiot, or whoever was Bush or the other dumb shit. So then gas prices came down and everybody's buying back their Hummers. It was so hilarious. You'd see Hummers and guys flooring them going, yeah, we're back to $3 a gallon. Woof. Or $2.50 a gallon. They're doing wheelies in their Hummers. And where's your Hummer now? Oh, it's back in dry dock till Trump comes back and we have $2 gas and the Hummers are going to come out of the woodwork. So I'm going to prepare for the Hummer market. I'm thinking about, can I build something that's designed for a Hummer only? Like bumper stickers that say, thank God Trump won. I'm back in my Hummer. So I already got those bumper stickers. I'm
humming along.
I'm making those by hand, though. Those are going to be $40 a piece. They're hand painted out of fluorescent paint glitter. So at nighttime.
There are actually people, I heard that there's people that are attacking people who have, let's say, a flag on their lawn or something like that. Is that actually true?
Oh, God, yes. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Are you kidding? I put Obama stickers on I put Biden stickers on my lawn so they wouldn't burn my house down here.
Are you fucking kidding
I claimed
me,
I voted for them. Yeah, there's a guy. But you could, actually, if you're worried. So There's a homeless guy that has like Trump sucks, Biden's better. And the guy came up and he said to the guy, hey, why you got that in your cart? You know, like he goes, well, I just have it there so people give me money. He goes, I voted for Trump, but you know, if I don't pose as a loser, nobody's going to give me money.
It's so fascinating. Sorry, Nick. Please go ahead.
That's what you got to
Like
do.
when it's like these people who go out to beg and stuff often choose to dress down because if they wear anything too reasonable, then shit.
I felt like that my whole life, actually. Yeah, because no, really, if you're wearing a Rolex watch and it's not fake, you know, I mean, you gotta be careful. You can't just parade around with loud money.
You know the story, The Necklace. I think it was the French author, where the chick borrows a string of pearls to a big party that she was waited her whole life. She wanted to go to it, and then she somehow lost the pearls. So she went and she got a new set of pearls from the jeweler. She had to work practically fucking 20 years to pay off.
Oof.
Wait. Then she finally meets the lady, and they were at a party or something, and she said, you know, I've had to work 20 years to pay off for those fucking pearls. And the lady says, I never gave you the real pearls.
Wow.
Okay, so that's the allegory right there for everybody. And now, against the wind. Here we go again, against the wind.
Against the hammer. Hammer time. I'm going to do a mashup. Against the wind. Don't touch this. Against the wind.
Yeah,
Can't touch
that's
this.
amazing. What would be Evil Knievel's song? I'm trying to think of what would be good for Evil Knievel.
Yeah, there's no women named Knievel that they made wrote a love song for us, so that's out. Knievel, is that like that's a made up name. Like nobody names their kid Knievel. Did anybody do that after that? Knievel.
No, I think that is his name. His last name is Knievel. I think that's really his name.
Name my dog Knievel. Come on, Knievel, you want to go for a ride in car?
You're supposed to call your dog Go Away. Come here, Go Away.
I think evil's in the word there, so it's maybe he's like something evil.
I think his first name was Eval. Like maybe Eval is a bit of a stretch, but Knievel is really a name.
I thought he was Americano.
Buddy, I gotta get that jacket, man. It's just too amazing. It's in the museum. I wonder if anyone can make it.
Oh, I'm sure you just go to evilknievel.com.
Well, I don't think you can
buy one.
Oh, really?
Fuck yeah. Oh, go to eBay.
Okay.
Evil Knievel on eBay. Yeah, you can buy one.
That is too much.
Well, at least buy a replica. I mean, not his jacket.
You
Probably
can't
is
get the
probably in the
original one.
Museum of Knievel somewhere.
I have their address here in my address book. Figure, you know what? Do an Evil Knievel bot, and it's a big hit with the kids. You can send them tickets to go to the museum if they want to understand anything in life. You got to understand Evil Knievel. If you don't get it, then we have no help. There's no hope.
We'll give you a free ramp with every purchase.
We'll draw it for you.
75. Wow. Guy's got quite a. I think he died. He was 67 when he's died. That's pretty damn good. His name is Robert Craig.
The amount of times that the guy wiped out and broke every bone in his body, I'm surprised he lasted that long. I think his son, Jason Knievel, took over at one point, didn't he?
He's German. It takes a German to jump cars, you know.
I mean, I bet there's some horde of kind of robots which are kind of trading off this at the moment, as far as like they've got the stats on every failed hammer. If you clear the high, how
Every failed hammer, right?
Go after. Yeah,
that's why you gotta wait for
bottom,
confirmation. That's why you gotta wait for confirmation. The hammer's not a hammer until the top of the hour.
Pulled it off, man. When the hammer forms, sell limit above the high. Take profit down the bottom. 33% to get 2 to 1. Hey, love it.
Take that trade.
Evel Knievel claimed in 1971 he was uninsurable.
Couldn't insure him, would you?
He was turned down 37 times from Lloyd's of London. I have trouble getting life insurance, he said. Accident insurance, hospitalization, even insurance for my my automobile. Lloyd's of London has rejected me 37 times. If you hear a rumor that they insure anybody, don't pay too much attention to it. People say have their hands insured
Poor
by
guy.
Lloyd's of London.
Poor guy.
These guys are holding on, man. They bought on the hammer. Stop below the low. They're going to get shafted.
As you're looking at the U.S. CAD.
No,
Okay, let me
I
take a
forgot to
look.
tell you that there's
Mhm.
2 hammers on the 15, so it's okay.
Oh, shit.
Actually, there's a
that
hammer on the
double
5.
compilation?
If a hammer fetish, you look for the. I think there's a hammer on the 1 minute chart. Yeah, there it is. I know there's a hammer around here somewhere. Okay, it's in a golfing pattern. Inverted hammer forming on the 1 hour. Right? I'm calling inverted hammer. If I zoom out enough, last hour was an inverted hammer. There you go. There's your hammer. You hammer traders are so picky, man. Always looking for the pattern.
Got to be at least...
3 day
the wick's
hammer.
got to be at least 2/3 of... It's got to be
Oh,
2/3
right.
of the
There's a
range.
guy that so there's this guy,
Oh.
I'll never forget, who was, I can't remember he was like smart money trader guy, you know. So, he does a video, and I made a video about his video. Or he saw my channel or something.
Okay.
This is about 4 years ago, and he said, hey, we saw your thing and stuff, and hey, would you like to come on and be interviewed on our channel? And I'm like, well, I guess so, sure. So I went to look at his channel. So I think what happened was he came across me first. So I went to his channel. I brought up one of his trades, and I talked about the trade, how ridiculous he was about waiting for this engulfing pattern after we'd already dipped into the supply window. Like here on the top tick Tommy of NASDAQ. We've already been up here, dude. Like if you didn't
Right.
sell up there, then okay, you're not that guy. So he's waiting for all this stuff to happen. I ripped him apart on that, and then I didn't hear back from him. I was disinvited, or I was ignored after that.
Hey,
That's
did
happened
you
to a
do
lot
your,
of people.
Did you do your crypto weekly?
No,
There you
I
go.
so I've been thinking of what I'm going to do with that, because what I think what I have to do with that is pick Bitcoin and Ethereum and describe how long you want to be in the trade. I think this is the biggest problem of all of this is like, okay, is this going to be a swing trade or is this going to be a scalp? So I'm going to take those 2 instruments and I'm going to build. I'm going to each half-hour segment's going to be, so I'm going to have the monthly chart view, the big view, the position, the investor view. Then I'll go to the daily charts or the weekly charts or something like that. And I get down to the 15-minute chart. If you were to be a scalper in Bitcoin, what would that be like? So I would spend a half hour on each time frame, because really time frame is the most. That way I'll have to stay on 2 instruments. And I think Ethereum and Bitcoin. There's another one, right? What are the big 3? So I would just take 2 or 3 and just cover all the time frames based on those things. Probably scroll back on the chart, turn off the auto scroll.
You know, if you think about it, a lot of the coins.
Simpleton's weekly shitcoin newsletter.
Why not?
Yeah,
I was
right,
about to
right,
say,
the
the
month-
shitcoin
yeah,
newsletter
yeah,
is about to
right.
come out. All jokes aside, I put on the engine last night.
Crypto
and
with
it
a
went from
K.
50 to 55 bucks
Knievel.
overnight.
How about
Just trading
this?
Evil Knievel.
The Evil Knievel crypto bot, crypto with a K.
Like it.
It'd be the KKK bot. There, I said it.
No one would ever get that, I assure you.
Triple K. We'll call it Triple K. Come on, Dollar Cad. Can't you see I bought you? So that's the girls. When the girls trade forex, that's how they look at it. Come on. Aw. Where's all the bulls? Okay, looking for a plunge on Euro now.
You have to send us through the first draft of the shitcoin newsletter. Phrase from the toilet seat.
Yeah, you know the same thing could be said for the euro. Would you sell the euro here? You know it's going to tank. I wouldn't. You know, I just like to buy the plunge. There's something gratifying about catching a falling knife. I don't know. I feel like a circus guy, but I feel like a clown. But
It's more like an advanced ninja trade move, right? Not ninja trader, but like a ninja would trade like this.
I feel like
karate.
I'm at Le Mans, you know, the car racer guys, you know.
Okay.
And I'm a couple hay bales. I put a couple hay bales in there. I'll catch a high end car as it comes into the skids into the hay bales on the turn.
When you play this far out of the edge, Simpleton, you can only fade it, right? That's the only thing that you can do when you're this
Yeah,
far
when
out of the
you
edge.
when you decide to become an auction trader, you're getting into the abyss. Is this the real abyss, or is this just a touch into the window and it's going to rip the other way? So is this the end of the world, or is this like look here, coming off the floor now? It's 5 minutes after noon.
They're
Coming off the floor now. First they came for the Jews, then they came for my CAD. So they're coming out. Here they go. Come slamming back up into and I don't know if it's news coming out. What is it? This is nothing, just the top of the day, right? Maybe that guy's talking finally. Let me look at my pound trade. Anybody's heads no, pound's ready to sell off. I think the Australian dollar is probably tanking. Nah, it's stalled out. But the New Zealand dollar is pulling back and the Canadian's going up, so it looks pretty good for CAD here. If I don't move my targets, I could make $500 here, but I'm scalping finally up $28 on a goddamn NASDAQ trade for the first time all day here. Wow. NASDAQ is just brutal. Half hour NASDAQ, half hour CAD. So the inversion's happening now. At noon. Yeah, that FX. If FXCM's original software, their software at FXCM, if they still got the original stuff, you could do a 12-hour candle, and it's based on U.S. time, so it's actually, it just turned noon on the Canadian candles on a 12-hour chart at FXCM. It's a shaved candle. Shaved candle on the 12-hour. I think you can flip the 12-hour charts. If they still got the same platform they had when, like 14 years ago. Euro looks ready to slump down. Yeah, it's going to be a scorcher here today. As soon as the sun hits me here, I'm on the west side of the house. I should move my office to the east side of the house, but it's too much work to move everything. Oh my God. Every time I think of moving, I lay down until the thought goes away. Euro's about to tank.
All right, fellas, I'm going to roll out. I'm going to take my buddy Paul out of the house today. We'll chat. You'll be around later, Simpleton?
Yeah, unless I pass out, you know.
Okay.
I mean, I'm like the market. I'm a little erratic.
Okay, no, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Big, have yourself a wonderful day, guys. Stay cool, and
yeah.
I'll try to head back in about an hour.
Right.
All right.
Okay, cheers.
See you later.
Drive reckless. It's like Death Race 2000. You try to take out a stroller or two, get extra points. Got to thin the herd, man. That's what COVID was about. Got to thin the herd. So is Boris going to retire to Cyprus? And
Oh, I don't know. Probably.
is he got a wife or is he just a single guy?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Just the fall guy, though, isn't he? Fall guy.
Yeah, the machine, there's too much bureaucracy and too many rules. The machine drives itself. It's a juggernaut. It's not like somebody's steering the ship. It's like these big iron ore freighters, the ships. Those things come in, they got tugboats to slow them down. There's so much momentum. You really can't even stop it now. It just has to hit shore and blow up, really. That's what's happening. It's beautiful. The people rule in the end, storm the Bastille. In the end, people rule. They just need to be pushed to the edge, that's all. As long as you keep people entertained, I think. Amused. The amusement park. So muse is thinking and amuse is no think. So you don't have to think when you go to the park. You don't have to think, really. They prefer unthinking citizens. That's going to be that's the best way to go. Boy, the market's just so quiet.
It really is.
This time of day. But boy, they were off to a ruckus start this morning, man. Everybody's jumping all over it. So Dow's up 500. It's crawling out of the hole. It's going to take so long. I think if there is a stock market rally, it's going to be creeper gear. Down hard, drift up, Sell-offs are fast, typically.